My Lords, first reading of a private member's bill, Baroness Young of Old School.
My Lords, I beg to introduce a bill to promote the protection and stewardship of heritage trees in England and for connected purposes. In doing so, I declare my interest as Chair of the Woodland Trust. I beg to move that this bill be now read a first time.
The question is that this bill be now read a first time. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Content. The contrary not content. The contents have it. First reading of a private member's bill, Lord Crocott.
My Lords, I beg leave to introduce a bill to amend the House of Lords Act 1999 so as to abolish the system of by-elections for hereditary peers. I beg to move that this bill be now read a first time.
The question is that this bill be now read a first time. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Content. The contrary not content. The content have it. Second reading of the Digital Markets, Competition and Consumers Bill. Lord Offord of Garfield.
My Lords, I beg to move that this bill be now read a second time. So if I can start this opening speech with a reference to the importance of digital. In recent decades, digital technologies have brought untold benefits to people around the world, from connecting us with loved ones in faraway places to streaming our favourite album or TV series in an instant. Our lives are enriched by the services these technologies enable. In the UK, digital technologies were fundamental to our collective response to the COVID-19 pandemic, helping businesses to continue operating and friends and family to stay in touch in challenging times for us all. The digital revolution has also had transformative and hugely beneficial effects on our economy. The UK has the largest tech ecosystem in Europe, and last year our start-ups and scale-ups raised more investment than France and Germany combined. We have more tech unicorns than any other country in Europe, with 8 cities having at least 2 unicorns, including Edinburgh, Nottingham and Leeds. The strengths of our vibrant digital sector are numerous and closely interlinked, from our world-class universities and breadth of tech talent to our support for start-ups and our innovative financing sector. The UK is a global tech powerhouse. Furthermore, the UK leads the world in how we approach and respond to developments in digital technology. And just last month at Bletchley Park, the UK hosted the first AI Safety Summit, bringing together governments, leading technology organisations, academia and civil society to inform action at the frontier of AI development. So I can turn now to the rationale for this bill and the details of its parts. First part is digital markets. The continued success of our tech sector relies on highly competitive digital markets. Firms with alternative market offerings and innovative ideas should have the freedom to grow and challenge powerful incumbents on a level playing field. This benefits consumers by giving them access to the best products at the lowest prices. However, the UK's competition framework is not set up to keep pace with developments in fast-moving digital markets. A handful of powerful tech firms now dominate strategically critical services, such as online search, app stores and digital advertising, and effectively set the rules of the game for other businesses and consumers. Jurisdictions around the world are now considering how best to address the unique competition challenges presented by digital markets, and the UK is playing a major part in these efforts. The Digital Competition Expert Panel and the Digital Markets Task Force, expert groups set up to examine competition issues in digital markets, both independently concluded that digital markets have specific features which may lead them to tip in favour of one particular firm. This restricts choice for consumers, growth for emerging digital companies, and the potential of small businesses that rely on large firms to reach their customer base. As such, Both groups recommend the establishment of a new pro-competition regime for digital markets, which this bill delivers. Noble lords from across the House have also investigated these competition challenges and called for action. My noble friend, Lady Stowell of Beeston, and the Communications and Digital Committee conducted a review of the bill earlier this year, for which I am very grateful. They consulted a broad range of stakeholders, including tech firms of all sizes. The committee recommended some further actions for the government's consideration, and I have no doubt we will discuss these in detail during this passage. I was, however, very pleased to hear that their conclusions that the bill's objectives are sound and its measures are broadly proportionate. The noble Baroness, Lady Jones of Whitchurch, and the noble Lord, Lord Clement Jones, have also expressed their strong support for this bill and provided suggestions for improvement, which again I look forward to discussing further. The advice of the noble Lord Tyree on legislative and institutional reforms to safeguard the interests of consumers and public confidence in markets is also at the heart of the bill's measures. The bill is divided into 6 parts. Part 1 establishes a new pro-competition regime for digital markets, which will be overseen by the Digital Markets Unit. The Digital Markets Unit is an administrative unit within the Competition and Markets Authority, the CMA. The bill gives the CMA tough new powers to force the most powerful tech firms to treat businesses in the UK fairly, including through targeted action to address the root causes of competition issues and create opportunities for innovative startups in the UK to compete with these powerful firms. Greater competition in digital markets will lower the prices of everyday online goods and services, giving consumers more choice and control over the fundamental services they use online. This came across clearly during the Communications and Digital Committee's evidence sessions. For example, the consumer advocacy organisation, which noted that the bill will benefit consumers through more competition and more innovation in digital markets. Turning to Part 2, which concerns competition. My Lords, competitive markets deliver a variety of good value, high quality products for their customers, because firms who fail to deliver will be overtaken by their competitors. Competitive markets enable innovative, dynamic companies to enter markets more easily, compete on level terms, and grow and gain market share. Measures in Part 2 of the bill will refine the CMA's competition tools, making investigations better targeted and its enforcement action faster and more effective. These changes will allow the free market to operate more efficiently. Market inquiries will become more efficient, flexible and proportionate, while the merger regime will be updated to focus on transactions with the greatest potential to weaken competition. The measures will also grant stronger powers to investigate illegal anti-competitive conduct. Turning now to Parts 3 and 4, consumer enforcement and protection. Alongside effective competition, well-functioning markets require strong consumer protections. Such protections give people confidence to spend their money, safe in the knowledge that they have the right information to make sound purchasing decisions and ways to seek redress if something goes wrong. Noble lords on all sides will likely have had first-hand experience of the difficulties surrounding subscription contracts, including unexpected charges and unduly complex cancellation processes. Such subscription traps cost consumers £1.6 billion a year. A host of other unfair trading practices and consumer rip-offs also remain far too common, particularly online. Research commissioned by the government, for example, has found that on the 9 most frequently used platforms by UK consumers, up to 15% of reviews are fake, with consumers more likely to unknowingly rely on well-written fake reviews when purchasing products. Moreover, many Christmas and similar savings schemes are not protected in the event of business insolvency. So if a business enters insolvency, consumers face losing the money they had deposited. At present, public consumer law enforcement lacks teeth, The UK is currently the only G7 country not to have any civil penalties for common consumer protection breaches like mis-selling. Enforcers can apply for court orders to stop or prevent breaches and to obtain compensation for consumers. However, businesses may still profit more than they lose from breaches of consumer law, because currently no financial penalties can be imposed for such wrongdoing. The measures in Parts 3 and 4 of the bill beef up enforcement of consumer protections and address these consumer rip-offs. Part 3 creates a model that will allow the CMA to act faster against breaches of consumer protection, tackle more cases and protect consumers' interests while creating a level playing field for businesses. Part 4, my lords, includes a raft of measures to help consumers keep more of their hard-earned cash. New rights to subscription reminders and easier cancellations will help consumers exit the contracts they no longer want. This part of the bill includes a power to add to the list of banned, unfair commercial practices. This will ensure the legislation keeps pace with changes in online consumer harms. This will give consumers greater confidence when spending and reward businesses which treat their customers fairly. Moreover, there are new protections for consumer payments to consumer savings schemes. This will ensure that financial failures like the collapse of the Fair Pack Christmas Savings Club that leave vulnerable consumers out of pocket can never happen again. Coming out of Parts 5 and 6, cross-cutting and general provisions, including new information gathering powers for the CMA to help boost competition in the road fuel market and protect consumers from unfair fuel prices. In addition, the Government recognises the importance of international cooperation for effective cross-border enforcement in a globalised economy. Measures in Part 5 will enhance the ability of UK regulators to cooperate internationally on competition and consumer matters, including introducing new powers to provide investigative assistance. So, just coming to the Commons report stage amendments. My Lords, the Government engaged closely with parliamentarians and stakeholders throughout the bill's passage in the other place. Based on this engagement, a number of amendments were brought forward at report stage in the House of Commons to strengthen this bill. These amendments had two overarching aims. Firstly, the amendments sought to strike the right balance between accountability over the CMA's regulatory decisions and the flexibility needed for targeted and proportionate action to tackle the unique competition challenges in digital markets. And secondly, the amendments aim to ensure that the bill is strongly focused on consumers with the new and improved rights to deal with bad business practices, such as subscription traps, in ways that will not disproportionately burden businesses and potentially reduce consumer choice. At a briefing I chaired last week with my noble friend Viscount Camrose, I promised my noble friend Lady Style of Beeston that I would provide some assurances regarding the digital markets regime. Firstly, on consumer benefits, amendments brought forward by ministers in the other place reinforce the regime's focus on consumers by clarifying how the DMU will consider consumer benefits when imposing conduct requirements or taking enforcement action. Requiring the CMA to explain the consumer benefits that it expects to result at these points ensures its decisions to impose conduct requirements are transparent and carefully considered. Clarifying the wording of the countervailing benefits exemption will improve legal clarity. And I'd like to reassure my noble friend that it still maintains the same high threshold. These changes make sure that consumers get the best outcomes possible. Secondly, on the appeals of penalty decisions, appealing penalty decisions on the merits will allow firms to challenge the value of potentially significant fines, but not allow firms to frustrate the regime or delay regulatory intervention. This brings the regime in line with the Enterprise Act 2002 and will provide reassurance to firms that the value of a fine imposed on them is appropriate. To be clear, all other decisions, including whether or not a breach of the regime occurred, remain appealable on judicial review principles. I hope this helps address the concerns of my noble friend. The amendments agreed in the other place bring further clarity about the DMU's approach to regulation. Together, they ensure the DMU's interventions are proportionate and drive the best possible outcome for consumers. So in closing, my Lords, this bill will drive innovation, grow the economy and deliver better outcomes for consumers throughout the UK. It is a hugely important piece of legislation, and I thank noble Lords for their involvement in and support for the bill so far. I look forward to hearing your views today and throughout the rest of the bill's passage. My Lords, I beg to move.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to follow the Labour Lord the Minister, who has very ably set out the purposes behind this much-needed and long-awaited bill. I'm hoping he hasn't given it a fake review or indulged in any drip pricing in his opening salvo. Our Labour colleagues in the Commons made clear during the passage of the bill in another place that we are fully behind the intents of the bill. Indeed, if anything, we wish to strengthen it. A comment, no doubt, that will be echoed many times during today's debate. We are at one with its direction of travel, even if we have a slightly different destination. There are, for us, issues of continuing concern, and we will focus on these when we go through its detail at committee and at report stages. My Lords, I know that the government argues that the bill delivers on a manifesto commitment, but the truth is that this bill has been much longer in the making. It was as far back as 2018 when the government set up their digital competition and expert panel, and it's nearly 3 years since the CMA set up the Digital Markets Unit. Even with a speedy passage through your Lordship's House in 2024, this bill will have little impact much before 2025, a full 6 years after the Furman report concluded that digital markets required a new approach. We were, of course, promised the bill in 2022, the year of extreme chaos in government, a time when ministers weren't sure if they favoured any regulation at all. All the while, of course, we have been falling further and further behind our European neighbours and other jurisdictions and playing catch-up. Thankfully, wiser heads have now prevailed and we have a workable, if not fully formed, piece of legislation. We should be grateful to the CMA, UK Hospitality, the Chartered Trading Standards Institute, the CAB, Which and others in the tech sector who have, through their persistence, helped make this happen. The sector and market is, as we know, dominated by a small number of large companies. And the truth is that the lack of competition and regulation is acting as a barrier to market entry and expansion. This, in turn, impacts on consumers, their interests, and the health of the market and our digital economy. 5 years ago, the OECD reported that digital markets were exhibiting, and I quote, certain characteristics such as low variable costs, high fixed costs, and strong network effects that result in high market shares for a small number of firms, so that firms in these concentrated markets may possess market power, the ability to unilaterally and profitably raise prices or reduce quality beyond the level that would prevail under competition. The ONS has reported that between 2008 and 2020, the percentage of adults reporting shopping online had risen from 53% to 87%. Those figures would have been given an extra twist since the impact of COVID. This trend will undoubtedly have led to greater exposure to the downsides of the digital economy, in particular the misuse of consumer data, misleading information and unrestrained marketing. We need, as our Labour colleague Seema Malhotra argued in the Commons, to deliver on a pro-competition, pro-consumer and pro-growth bill. For that reason, we need to recognise the harm that can come from the creation of monopolies in the digital economy and ensure that innovation is fostered. This will enable us all to share in the benefits of new and emerging technologies and use them to grow the economy and promote economic and social progress. So, my Lords, the challenge is to get the balance right in the framing of the legislation. On these benches, we seek assurances that the government will not resile from the current drafting of the bill and the commitments made in another place. So firstly, in terms of our asks today, I say no watering down the bill's original intent, Minister. We will be seeking reassurances on that point and would like to hear that commitment on the record today. Secondly, while it's clear that the CMA and the DMU have the capability to deliver the bill's aims, we wonder if they have the capacity. Can they, for example, communicate their policies, programmes and priorities effectively to both stakeholders and legislators? Will they be sufficiently independent of the sponsoring department to be able to get on with the job? And furthermore, will they have the tools to undertake the necessary enforcement work to make the regulatory function effective? On these benches, we worry that, as with other regulators, they are hobbled from the start with a lack of the forensic investigative skills necessary and trained personnel required. So, can I ask the Minister to assure us that the CMA will have staff in place, fully trained for the job and resourced to make it work? Perhaps the Honourable the Minister can outline the growth plan for staffing and put on the record some details today demonstrating a workforce strategy. My Lords, it's of little value to have a regulator with all the necessary powers if they can't effectively exercise them, and a quick look at the water industry makes that plain. My Lords, earlier I referenced our concerns about the potential dilution of the bill. Two examples readily come to mind, and I've no doubt other noble lords will pick up on these too. Firstly, the changes to the appeals test on the penalties regime. This surely will undermine the DMU's primary purpose to protect competition in the UK. Secondly, we're concerned that the addition of explicit proportionality obligations will create uncertainty in terms of the impact on the enforcement regime. Why have these changes been introduced so late in the legislative process, and who asked for them? Moving on from concerns about the weakening of the bill's measures, we want to make clear that we have a long list of areas where we, and no doubt other noble lords, will want to see the bill strengthened. So we give notice today that we will be tabling amendments that tackle the bill's most egregious omissions. I'm sure it will come as no surprise that we'll be seeking amendments to the subscription contracts arrangement, moving from the opt-out principle to opt-in, or seeking to tighten up the approach to fake reviews, drip pricing and greenwashing. And we cannot understand, my Lords, why the government is reluctant to do more on product safety to ensure fake products and counterfeits are fully covered. We wonder also why ministers are so reluctant to use the bill as a way of tackling the forever issue of ticket touts, digital fraud and the theft of creative content. The tech platforms benefit enormously from the work of creatives, so why is it that platforms in particular are able to avoid properly and fairly paying them? Few of the rewards to the platforms themselves get passed on. My Lords, that cannot be right or fair. It begs the question, should we be looking again at the law surrounding copyright and look at it in this context? My Lords, we would also want to revisit the countervailing benefit exemptions issue. Currently, the exemption surely benefits the big tech companies with a monopoly power, more than it does consumers, even where some short-term benefit is claimed. By claiming an exemption, the platforms can easily evade conduct requirements and obligations. Perhaps the Minister can provide instances of anti-competitive behaviour where there are more benefits than harms. We are yet to find any of great significance. It might be the case that there is a need to develop a more rigorous test of the countervailing benefit claims made and a measure of consultation with the public to ensure their validity. In this light, we will want to discuss the need for an interest of citizens' duty to be inserted into the bill to strengthen the hand of consumers. Finally, my Lords, there are issues that relate to how the CMA operates. Isn't there a case for more to be made of the CMA's coordinating role as enforcer? It is not the only body that will exercise the powers contained in the bill, but it is the lead regulatory agency. Could more be done to recognise that, so that best use is made of the enforcement regime and regulatory leadership is entrenched? My Lords, this is a large bill, almost too big to summarise and with many issues hidden and tucked away within it. We will listen carefully to the debate today, particularly on subjects like the final offer, arbitration and alternative disputes resolution scheme, the potential vulnerabilities to the strategic market status designation, and the need for a takedown power for trading standards officers to enable them to provide for swifter remedies where there is self-evident harm to consumers and a need to act. My Lords, this bill is much needed and has been for much of the lifetime of this government. As I said at the outset, we support its direction of travel, but, my Lords, that does not mean it is not capable of improvement through challenge, or that we will give it an easy passage.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to be working on this bill, a bill that we on these benches broadly welcome, and I hope we will be able to work constructively to improve the bill as it moves through your Lordship's House. But it's been about time, my Lords, as the Noble Lord Basson noted. The Furman report was set up about 5 or 6 years ago, and we've been impatient for competition law in the digital space to be reformed and for the Digital Markets Unit to be empowered. So, at last. This is, as the Noble Lord Basson also noted, a big bill, and it acts in a number of different ways. I fear many of the things I say may be similar to Lord Basson, but in order to maintain novelty, I'll probably do them in a different order. And I was to start with the consumer issues. Clearly, consumer issues have excited a lot of correspondence from a lot of people in the outside world, and I think we should note and thank them for the work that they've done in sending through a load of briefings. But there's some important issues here and areas that should be tightened up and improved. Tackling online scams, dealing with product safety issues and strengthening trading standards, for example. Taking action on primary and secondary ticketing. Impeding price drip and mid-contract price rises. Addressing the pernicious nature of fake reviews, as we heard from the Minister, devising a sensible way of redesigning sensible automatic subscription rollover. There is a danger of us taking a number of other areas down with the law we have. We have to be careful about the unintended consequences of that particular move. And delivering a range of consumer rights, such as the possibility of collective action for consumer claims. So I'm sure there'll be plenty of grist for this mill as we work through that particular part of the bill. But moving from consumers, the second big challenge is the need to tip the balance of power towards content providers. And here I should declare that I have several creators in my family. As a basic principle, all content creators should be properly paid for the work they do. UK law requires payment for commercial use of another's copyrighted work, and yet commercial use is currently being made of content by global platforms without any permission being obtained or payment being made. The dominant platforms profit from the efforts of content creators, from songwriters, from artists and publishers and broadcasters, and those do not get rewards. For example, the News Media Association estimates that over 50% of searches are news-related, but Google keeps the value of repeated visits and retains the value of online footfall generated. As such, the copyright law looks foolish, as the system is being gamed. Smaller players must try to sue their distributors to enforce their rights, but they can't risk such a move or indeed afford to take it on. And indeed, evidence suggests that it's difficult even for governments to challenge these platforms. After almighty tussles, the Australian and Canadian governments have won concessions, and it remains to be fully appreciated how these will pan out. But as well as highlighting the global dominance of the big two, those fights also highlighted an essential difference between Meta and Google when it comes to news content, which is of great interest. So this bill must make clear that platforms need to pay properly and fairly on benchmark terms and with reference to value for end users. Additional clarification is needed concerning how the final offer mechanism would work in practice, and we'll be seeking that. But actually, a bigger change is really needed. The change should require that those using and distributing content have to obtain the owner's permission before they use it. And we'll be pushing for that. Next, I remind your lordships that we are discussing the Digital Markets Competition and Consumer Bill. So the competition is such a central part, and we've already heard elements of it. And when we're looking at this market, competition is weak, if not frail, to perhaps overstate it. In our view, the pro-competition inventions are one of the bill's most powerful features, and we think that that is a big step forward. So we must use this bill process to both ensure that these powers are sufficient, but also for ministers to articulate government support for the ambition that the CMA and its DMU will need in order to start to take on the competition challenge, because it requires a big shift in emphasis from the CMA. At present, the CMA deals with a lot of mergers, about 50 to 70 detailed investigations a year, while enforcement typically attracts less than 10 cases per annum, and there are hundreds of complaints for it to deal with. The world's competition authorities, when looking at competition matters, including acquisitions and mergers, have focused on efficiency and short-term consumer benefit. But as we have been recently reminded by the Court of Appeal when it found against Apple, the overriding objective of the CMA is, as set out in the 2013 Act, is to promote competition in the interests of consumers. My Lords, promoting competition does not mean just assessing the efficiency of a monopolist. Clearly, in digital markets, this approach has delivered global oligopoly. So, my Lords, whilst Web 1 was open access, albeit a read-only platform, Web 2 has been captured, intermediated and monetised by a very small number of profitable concerns. And this has been achieved largely through acquisitions that have been waved through by the authorities. Looking at the publicly disclosed acquisitions between 2010 and 2018, Google has acquired 168 companies, Facebook 71, and Amazon 60. And now, thanks to this and other things, they control the core software in web browsers and device operating systems. And through that, they determine what we see, what we find, what we search on the web, and how we pay for stuff. This bill is in many respects seeking to close the gaping doors of empty stables that this approach has delivered. And to do so, short-term consumer welfare cannot be the sole or sometimes even the primary consideration. Promoting competition means taking into account market structure and the ability of players to innovate. When looking at mergers, regard has to be taken of the effect of allowing large companies to buy innovative ones so that they can assimilate or retire their ideas and technology. In that context, we very much welcome the CMA's approach to the Microsoft acquisition of Activision Blizzard and of Ofcom's decision to refer the hyperscalers in cloud services for an investigation by the CMA. This demonstrates that the CMA is up for a global challenge in this strategic way, and it actually can play a leadership role. So looking forward, as well as mitigating the competitive and consumer issues thrown up by the centralised Web 2, this bill should empower the CMA to help usher in a genuinely decentralised Web 3. As Professor Furman reminded us in evidence at the second reading, intervention interoperability is a vital remedy. And we say interfering with interoperability in all its forms should be policed by the DMU. That means embarking on investigations and actions with the aim of distributing the power and control over Web 3, creating a network that spans a large base of independent actors. This speaks to the technology on which the network is based and the standards that are set to deliver that network. It seems clear that the DMU should be proactive with respect to promoting international standards and aiming to create that interoperability. For a start, focusing on open access and operational transparency, working for standards that allow unrestricted participation, and favouring the technologies and protocols that prevent a single person or group from amending or reversing transactions executed and recorded. And it would be good to hear from the Minister when he sums up the role that the government feels the DMU and the CMA should be playing on the standards authorities, the IETF and the W3C. How do we see engaging further and engaging more thoroughly on those standards bodies, because that is where the first fight starts in these technology issues. So, my lords, there's a lot resting on this bill. The architecture of the web is currently threatened by those who would create and preserve their own walled gardens of content that's provided by others, who would privatise a public resource for their own ends and would monopolise all content offered to the public via the internet for their own profit. My lords, this is not an abstract need. Additional danger is already with us. Big tech is busy wrapping its tentacles around AI, included by co-opting startups through investments and partnerships. It's critical that the CMA uses these new powers to keep that technology open before it too is intermediated. But to deliver on this, there are many issues to be addressed. Your lordships will no doubt come up with many others, and we've already heard a list from Lord Bassam, and he'll be pleased to know that there are very, very many coincident issues. So just a short list before I end. Ensuring issues that we will be really keeping an eye on. Ensuring that the bill no longer gifts strategic market status players the opportunity to challenge DMU decisions on the basis of lack of evidence, and that's looking at the 5-year view that is required. Securing the role of judicial review and making sure it's not eroded. Strengthening the leveraging principle that denies third-party developers revenue. Understanding the government's position on data and information sharing. Clarifying how the final offer mechanism would work in practice. Probing the proportionality tests brought in via the latest amendments. Challenging the changes to the definition of countervailing benefit, which also came through the amendments, enabling those with content to be paid properly, and allowing smaller businesses a voice and an ability to bring claims and, where possible, be awarded exemplary damages. So, my lords, this is a weighty tome, this bill, but it has a vital role in shaping the architecture and landscape in which the future digital economy will be built. It will help establish how the value of this economy is created and distributed, and it will influence how easy or hard it is for challengers and disruptors to enter the market. Our job, therefore, will be to ensure that the CMA and the DMU have the powers they need. But more than that, our job is also to articulate the cross-party ambition we have for this direction of travel, and to launch the DMU with our overwhelming support to maximise its success.
Yeah.
My Lords, I declare my interest as Chair of Peers for the Planet and the Director of the Associated Company. My Lords, the content of this bill is very much not my area of expertise, and I intend to contribute on a very narrow issue. But I was therefore particularly grateful for the clarity with which the Minister described the content of the bill, and for the parsing of its contents by the two front bench speakers. And I feel that though I thought I would be making a speech perhaps at the end of a long list of speakers when everything had been dealt with and raised, as a little coda, I find myself speaking first from the back benches. However, I can at least assure the noble Lord Fox that I have something to add to the list of things that we might need to deal with in this bill. It is a narrow issue to which I'll speak at a moment, but perhaps I could just raise one other thing, which is that in the briefings that I've received since I put my name down on the list, there were, I thought, important points raised by a number of charities in relation to the measures proposed around auto-renewal of subscription contracts and the impacts they may have for claiming of gift aid. And I think that that is an issue that I hope the Minister, in responding to the debate, might speak about. But I want to focus my contribution on Part 4 of the bill, which relates to the protection of consumer rights, and what I believe is a missed opportunity in relation to right to repair provisions. I'm grateful for the work of organisations who've briefed on this issue, in particular the Design Council, who have a long-standing interest in this area. My Lord, strengthening our existing right to repair provisions and extending them in line with international norms would have multiple benefits. It would help us to shift to a more circular economy, it would reduce the flow of waste from a throwaway culture, and it would drive down emissions. I'm sure that there is no one in the Chamber who has not had some experience of planned obsolescence, where manufacturers have deliberately designed a product to limit its lifespan, when we've had to throw away a perfectly good kettle and buy a new one because the on-off switch has stopped working and it's not possible to replace that part. Or we've had no choice but to buy a new mobile phone because the producer has stopped providing software updates, even though the handset continues to work perfectly. The apparent growth in terms of increased demand that comes with planned obsolescence is, my lords, not sustainable growth. It doesn't add to people's quality of life. In fact, it literally impoverishes consumers and wastes resources, depleting us of the critical minerals which we will rely on and will need more of in the future, and it creates huge problems of waste disposal. Globally and nationally, we need to do more to protect both consumers and natural resources by extending product life cycles. The most recent research from the UN-sponsored but industry-compiled Global E-Waste Monitor showed that the UK produces 1.6 million tonnes of electronic and electrical waste each year, which is the second highest per capita amount of waste globally. So the UK really does need to do better in terms of expanding our right to repair. The measures that we've introduced to date have been very limited, focusing on manufacturers of certain larger electrical appliances being required to take very limited steps to make repairing the items easier for consumers. Whilst the UK languishes at the bottom end of the league tables in respect of the quantities of electronic waste that we generate, other countries are racing ahead. The European Parliament has just last month voted overwhelmingly in support of consumers' right to repair, which proposes banning built-in obsolescence. 3 US states are now passing similar legislation. My lords, the government is aware of the problem. It said in its cross-departmental plan, maximising resources and minimising waste, that it's considering broadening the existing right to repair requirements under the 2010 Eco-Design Regulations and Schedule 7 of the Environment Act to include a wider range of electrical products. So my question is, given that this bill provides the ideal opportunity to do this, and at the same time to strengthen the existing provisions to make them work better for consumers, why aren't there provisions in the bill on this area? There is widespread public support for what is proposed. A recent poll carried out by YouGov found that 85% of the public support expanding the UK's right to repair regulations to cover all consumer groups. So I hope very much that the Minister might be able to agree to meet and discuss before committee stage how a right to repair could be best integrated into the legislation currently before us. It's an opportunity for the government to follow through on its commitment to protect consumers and to match or exceed the ambition shown elsewhere in the world. By doing so, it would kickstart a shift to a more circular economy, it would reduce waste and protect consumers from costly and unnecessary expenditure.
My Lords, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak so early in this debate ahead of many noble lords who actually know what they're talking about and have specific expertise in this area. Let me begin by declaring my interest in the register, specifically my role as a trustee of Tate, an advisor to Pixel United and a broadcaster on Times Radio, which is owned by News UK. Let me say the obvious from the outset that I'm a huge supporter of this bill, and as the Minister set out at the dispatch box, updating our competition regime, I think for the first time comprehensively for some 25 years, is long overdue to take account of how the digital tech giants have changed the landscape. And I have to say it's one of a number of pieces of legislation that this government is putting through, including the Online Safety Act, the forthcoming Media Bill, the Data Protection Bill, which is providing a much-needed framework for the regulation of digital companies. I want to concentrate on two specific issues within the bill, but I have to say I was extremely grateful to all the front benches for highlighting some of the other issues which I was blissfully unaware of, particularly the aspects such as copyright. So I may well get stuck into some other issues during committee stage. But we all know what we're talking about when we're talking about giving the Competition Authority power. We're talking about the power to effectively take on big tech, to take on the big platforms like Apple and Google, which have effectively established a duopoly. They set the terms and conditions, they set the rents, and there is very little comeback. And it is an unusual position to be in because we as consumers all benefit from this technology. During my speech, as it becomes duller and duller, noble lords will whip out their iPhones and their Androids and have a range of apps from which to choose from. But this is really a bill that puts, I think, small businesses in the place of the consumer, because it's small businesses that are being shut out from these opportunities. And who knows what other apps noble lords could have taken advantage of if this bill was already law. It's already been raised. One of the key issues for me is this issue of the appeals standard, because it is vital that the regulator has the opportunity to take on big tech, to reach judgments and to levy fines. And I know from my time as the Telecoms Minister working closely with Ofcom, an appeal on the merits was a gift to the big companies and a burden on the regulator. It wildly extended the time in which a proper conclusion could be reached. It cost huge amounts of money, and the firepower that could be deployed against the regulator in terms of the quantity of lever arch files was something to behold. So it is quite right that we have judicial review on the appeals as the appeals standard in this bill, which only adds to, I think, everybody's confusion as to why the government appears to have muddied the waters. Now, the great opportunity, obviously, for a second reading debate is to raise these issues and to explore them in the committee and to give the government ample time to explain why these changes have been made and why they think they are the right ones, because I obviously approach them with an open mind. For example, if there is going to be a merits appeal on fines resulting from an adjudication, that may work, provided it's clearly limited effectively to the quantum of the fine and no more. But nevertheless, I would still like to know why this, I think, slightly confusing change has been made from a simple JR standard throughout the process. And then I think, which has already been raised, I think, by both opposition front benches, this idea of proportionality in terms of the JR appeal standard in terms of imposing conduct requirements. Some people say this is effectively creating a new appeals standard of JR plus, again, very confusing. In my view, it would be much simpler to keep it simple and straightforward, because goodness knows these big companies have enough resources to tie the regulator up in knots without the government, perhaps unintentionally, giving them a helping hand. There are numerous other smaller points within this framework of how the investigative process works, which are important to highlight, and they've been highlighted, as I'm sure noble lords are aware, by a number of organisations and campaign groups that wish to bring them to our attention. These include the consultation rights for challenger tech firms to be involved from the very beginning of a CMA process, to avoid the circumvention of any solutions by strengthening the leveraging principles so that effectively big tech cannot extract rents by using a different method. And we've already heard as well about the countervailing benefits exemption, the ability for companies to argue that they are benefiting the consumer, the removal of the word indispensable, which I understand is a clear legal term and therefore has a slew of case law upon which could be, the regulator could rely, and again, more confusion. So my overwhelming message to the government is they've got it absolutely right in applying the JR principle. Why are they therefore setting these slightly confusing mini changes throughout the process, because they don't really add up. Let me also talk about a separate issue, and I'm sure, looking around the chamber at some of the people who are due to speak, this issue about subscriptions. I obviously hugely support the idea that it should be as easy as possible in a digital age to cancel your subscription. And I remember well once taking out a subscription to an online publication because I wanted to read a particular article, and I obviously wanted to cancel the subscription, and there was literally no way of doing it. It was a US magazine, but luckily I knew the chief executive. So I found myself ringing the chief executive and begging him to allow me to cancel it. That cannot be the right way, and we all know as well on our iPhones that it's only recently they've changed the way you can cancel subscriptions on an iPhone, and it is, I'm afraid, a truism that many companies that offer subscription products have an incredible imagination when it comes to make it as difficult as possible to navigate your way out of it. And most people should be confident enough about their product to know that they will keep their consumers if they continue to provide them with a fantastic product, and they'll lose them if they don't. But let me, however, completely contradict myself by asking the Minister, and he knows what's coming, to exempt charities from the rules that are coming in this bill. The bill treats charitable membership, as I'm sure he's aware, as a commercial transaction rather than a donation. That means that memberships or subscriptions would have to be refundable, and it means that charities cannot claim gift aid on the subscription because gift aid only applies to donations which cannot be refunded. Numerous charities have contacted me. I'm sure they've contacted Noble Lords, very well-known ones, the National Trust, London Zoo, the Zoological Society of London, the Royal Horticultural Society. You cannot say no to the Royal Horticultural Society, and Tate finds itself in the same basket. The changes would put pressure on Tate's budget. I won't read out the figure that they've estimated it would cost them. It would therefore potentially force the government to look at its grant and aid for not just Tate, but many other museums. It would have deep implications for Tate's ability to fulfil its public service, as well as the financial costs. There would be huge additional bureaucratic burdens as well. As I'm sure all of us are aware, charities are calling for charitable membership organisations to be included in the list of exemptions. Tate, for example, is already regulated by DCMS. There are exemptions in Section 19 for suppliers of services regulated by Ofcom. In the other place, the Minister introduced an amendment excluding the lottery as having charitable ends and already regulated elsewhere. Surely something similar should apply to other charities too. I would ask the Minister, therefore, to address these questions. Have the impacts on charitable memberships been considered, and in particular the pressures on national museums and their grant in aid allocations? I would ask if an exemption is applicable to the lottery as already being regulated and having charitable good, why then does it not apply to museums and other charitable membership organisations?
My Lords, I declare an interest as a television producer. I too welcome this bill. It's been a long time in coming. 5.5 years ago, I had the honour to be the member of the Communications Committee inquiry into digital advertising in the UK. We heard how the two big tech companies, Facebook and Google, use the combination of their massive database and near total control of both the supply, intermediary and purchase sides of the digital advertising market to take an over 80% share. Our inquiry recommended the CMA conduct a market study as quickly as possible into the digital ad market. 2 years later, that market study confirmed the tech companies' near complete domination of the market. They concluded that the lack of competition harmed customers by excessive exploitation of consumers' data and the lower quality of service to consumers and advertisers. However, the tech companies' dominant position in the market has also had a deleterious effect on media advertisers. Publishers of news have particularly suffered from a massive reduction in advertising revenue. In the first half of 2020, while tech platforms' ad revenue grew, digital advertising fell by 8% in national news brands, 10.5% on online magazines, and 10% on online regional titles. It's expensive to create original news, and especially to launch investigative journalism, which is so essential to hold those to power to account. So it's not surprising that the Communications Committee then launched an inquiry looking at the future of journalism in the digital age. I think journalism deserves a special consideration in the context of this bill, not just because I am a career journalist, but also because I believe it plays a role of public value and importance to our society and democracy. It helps people to stay informed about the world beyond their personal experience, surely a prerequisite for an active citizen in a democratic society, and it's under threat, especially the provision of local news. In the digital age, the way that people consume news has moved dramatically online. Ofcom's report 2021 showed that 45% of UK adults got their news through social media sites. The number must be much greater now. Much of this is posted by users and viewed on platforms that act reference or redirection to publishers' websites. The tech companies have their own curated news sites on Google Showcase and Facebook News, which aggregate news from a wide variety of sites. An article from an extreme magazine can sit alongside FT journalism and the reader be none the wiser. All this is damaging for the brands of the legacy media. Most news publishers have moved online. However, the combination of falling advertising revenue and the free use, or at best minimal remuneration for their provision of news to tech companies, has led to considerable cost-cutting and redundancy. There are a few glowing exceptions in America. When Mark Thompson was CEO of the New York Times, he invested massively in journalism, and the company is managing to make a profit from digital subscriptions. But to compound the exploitation of media companies, artificial intelligence is also using journalistic content as a free database for training its large language models. An academic paper published recently found that OpenAI's LLM's greatest source of data came from the New York Times, but that the BBC ranked second with its content providing 1.6% of the total database, and The Guardian closely following 1.5%. This content is so valuable for AI training because the data is of high value and original. But, my lords, most importantly, it's taken from the publishers by the AI firms for free. So it's not surprising the exploitation of the media publishers by the tech companies having a devastating effect. In the last 17 years, over 271 print titles have gone out of business, and goodness knows how many have become free sheets, sacked their journalists, withdrawn from covering local councils and courts, and mainly published press releases. Recently, Reach plc, one of the biggest publishers of local news, announced 450 redundancies, including 320 editorial roles. That was its third round of cuts in 2023 alone, bringing the total numbers of jobs at risk to more than 1,000, and the trend is accelerating. The power imbalance between tech companies and publishers means that the former are now prepared to move much to reduce their dominance, are not prepared to move much to reduce their dominance in the digital ad market, provide proportional remuneration for the use of journalistic content, nor give publishers more control over how their content is used and provenanced. So I greatly welcome the final offer mechanism and the conduct requirement process set up in this bill. The threat of the final arbitration by the regulator of 2 offers of remuneration is obviously a backstop, and I know that His Majesty's Government hopes the CMA will never have to be in a position where it can make this decision. However, my concern, and that of many people in the media, is this beautifully thought out and carefully crafted CR process, which gives plenty of opportunity for the designated SMS companies to abide by a code of conduct, could take a year and a half to complete, if not longer. Whereas in Australia, it takes 6 months to come to arbitration. Meanwhile, many small publishers who are already on the edge financially will not be able to wait that long. My fear is that tech companies have so much to gain from the present situation that they'll act in bad faith. In Canada, the government estimated the value of news content to Google was 300 million Canadian dollars. However, after exhaustive negotiations, they ended up paying just 76 million Canadian dollars. I too would like to see the Noble Lord the Minister, I'd like to ask the Noble Lord the Minister to consider whether clause 38, subsection 3, where the SMS company has breached an enforcement order, could be a more effective point in the process of which to pressurise the two sides to agree fair terms. I, like the Noble Lords from the front bench, am also worried by the introduction of clause 29, the countervailing benefits, which was inserted at the last minute before the bill went to the other place. I imagine it was done at the instigation of the tech company lobbyists, who will use it to delay CR process yet further. In the other place, the well-established definition of indispensable benefit, set out in the 1998 Competition Act and tested through the courts, has been thrown out. The bill now has a new definition of benefit. There are thresholds to set out in the clause, but the courts will still have to decide what benefit now means. I ask the Noble Lord the Minister to explain how that's going to clarify and speed up the effectiveness of this bill. This bill is supposed to be dealing with anti-competitive practices set up by the SMS company. Surely clause 29 creates an opportunity to give extra lobbying power to companies which already have the most effective and well-paid lobbyists in the world. I'm also worried by clause 114, the control that the Secretary of State has over guidance to the CMA in setting up the machinery of the CR process, and then also having power over the guidance on setting up an individual SMS process. The noble Lady Baroness Stoll fought hard and with some success in the online safety bill's passage through this House to try and limit ministers' control over Ofcom's work. Political independence must be the mainstay of a successful regulator. However, this clause, as it is drafted, gives the government endless time and power to send guidance back to the regulator for revision. I'm convinced this will cause unnecessary delays and politicisation of the CR process. At the least, I would like to see a time limit introduced for the Minister to accept CMA guidance proposals. I'm also concerned about powers given to tech companies further down in the bill in Part 4. In Clause 259, which sets out the duties of a trader on the cancellation of a contract, they focus on providing various types of notices and dealing with potential overpayments by the consumer. Although the retrieval of personal data is covered under GDPR, there is no provision for the retrieval of non-personal data, which might have to be provided to the trader during the subscription period. This could be data about household fuel consumption, documents created on a cloud-based Word, comments on social media, or videos uploaded to video sharing platforms. The consumer might want the legal right to retrieve their data from the service before the subscription ends. And more importantly, they might find that the trader might want to keep non-personal data and make it available to other users without the consent of the consumer. In my view, this is an omission which many people will be pleased to have rectified by an amendment to the bill. I too share Lord Vase's frustration about the difficulty of ending subscriptions. I think an even more popular option to the bill would be the introduction of an end of contract button labelled Terminate Now on the front page of Digital Services website. Often it's hard to find the unsubscribe button on a website. I know on occasions it's taken me some time to burrow down through the layers of a site to find the unsubscribe button hidden away in a digital corner. German law provides for a compulsory button which allows the consumer to enter all the essential information needed to end the contract. Now that would be a benefit to the customer. My Lords, this is a huge and complex bill. It's been a long time in its gestation, and I'm very pleased to see our country finally confronting the anti-competitive behaviour of the big digital players and protecting consumers for the long term.
Yeah.
I declare my interest as an advisor to DLA Piper, and I too strongly support this bill, but rather than dwell on how to try and improve it further in any detail, I thought, in any case, there'll be plenty of time to do that in committee. I thought it might be helpful first to attempt briefly to explain what I think is this bill's place in a wider policy perspective and why I'm supporting it. And then secondly, to explain why the legislation, I think, on its own, probably won't deliver the benefits that we're hoping for it. I think the CMA needs to do better, and so will Parliament too, in scrutinising it. On the first point, it's now widely accepted in many Western democracies that competition policy has simply not been delivering the goods. I won't dwell on this for long, but concentration ratios are rising everywhere and consumer detriment with it. The result is an erosion of public confidence in competition and consumer protection, and also in many regulatory bodies, including the CMA. But that's only part of a much bigger picture of vulnerability to obsolescence of the tools and machinery that Western governments have been using over the past 30 years to manage capitalism and to secure consent for it. One of the problems that this bill seeks to address is that the West's technological inventiveness, while improving economic performance, has also had the effect of challenging the legitimacy of global free enterprise. The platforms were created by global capitalism and they've improved consumer welfare dramatically, but they've also brought corrosive byproducts, risks to privacy, fake news, online harm, greater cyber risk. And these corrosive effects have been greatly amplified by the tendency of big platforms to monopoly. Western governments are now struggling to adapt the machinery of regulation, in some cases radically, to cope with this. Consumer protection has also been badly neglected. Millions of people now feel very vulnerable to rip-offs and no longer think free enterprise works for them. And as Lord Vasey pointed out, small businesses, which are also consumers, have been at the wrong end of platform power a great deal recently. Unless we face up to it, the free enterprise pro-competition settlement, which has brought so many welfare benefits in recent decades, will be put at risk. Like us, all the democracies are groping their way to address these challenges, challenges to which Lord Fox alluded a moment ago. This bill is at least a start, and the improvements to competition and consumer protection policy proposed, nonetheless, though, will only make a small contribution to this much broader intellectual challenge that I've been trying to set out. The bill is at least intended as a reboot of the CMA's legislative base, and it largely provides it. And it does have the potential to improve Britain's economic performance a great deal. Of course, it's scarcely surprising I support the bill. I mean, much of it draws on the detailed proposals which I put to the Secretary of State nearly 5 years ago in response to his instructions as incoming chairman of the CMA that I try to shake the CMA up, that I raise its profile, and I'm quoting here, and that I advise him on what, if any, improvements to the statutory base might be needed. And I was told to get on with it and come back to him in 6 months, which I duly did. What did I find? Well, in a nutshell, I found a highly motivated and high-quality staff, among the very best in public service. I found good, sometimes outstanding work being done in 2 of the CMA's 5 major areas of statutory responsibility, mergers and antitrust, but in varying degrees a neglect of the other 3, markets, advocacy and consumer protection. Internally, they had become the CMA's poor relations. I also found a lack of boldness at the top and some substandard governance. This is no more than we've seen, frankly, in recent years in many other regulators. I reported this to the Secretary of State, but I told him we needed to get on with the legislative improvements anyway, particularly on consumer protection and digital. But I also said that we need other improvements if it's going to be effective. A change in mindset at the top, a much higher profile taken on behalf of the consumer by the CMA, with much better communication to a wider public. And I also said that work was needed to develop a deeper understanding of the state of competition in the UK economy as a whole, and that this needed to be used to target the work streams of the CMA. Virtually none of this work was being undertaken when I arrived in the CMA. And in varying degrees, as far as I can tell, the three problems that I've outlined there still persist. So it's not just the legislation that needs a reboot, it is to some degree the CMA's approach to implementing its statutory remit. I think if we don't secure that, the CMA will not deliver what we're expecting of it and hoping for it. And even more concerning, the growing sentiment of many of the public that they are victims of a rip-off economy, run for the benefit of the few, and certainly not for them, will develop further. It's why the later parts of this bill, particularly those improving consumer protection, are at least as important, although perhaps less glamorous to talk about, than the digital measures in Part 1. My impression is that the new chairman and the new CEO are on the case. They both recognise the need for an organisational reboot. They'll need our support in that. In any case, these problems aren't entirely a matter for them. The CMA has only been responding to the signals that Parliament and others have put before it. Faced with those signals, many of us would have done the same. Parliament needs to send much better signalling. In particular, we need to develop scrutiny tools that can get deep into what really goes on in the CMA. The CMA needs to be rewarded with praise and support for improvements in their strategic approach when they come, and there have been quite a few recently. I won't list them because, for the sake of brevity. Of course, Parliament should also flag up the CMA's shortcomings, but it should always do so on the basis of detailed evidence. To do that, Parliament will need to develop much more technical expertise than is currently available to it. It needs a specialist group, probably answerable to a dedicated select committee, and with some of the characteristics of the NAO, but much smaller, that can get into the detail of the CMA's working methods. By doing so, Parliament can help shape the decision-making framework of the CMA itself and its wider public engagement, to which I alluded earlier, just as the Treasury Committee has shaped that of the Bank of England and the FCA over the past decade. One of the reasons that the Bank of England engages in public discourse and explanation of its role is that Parliament makes sure it does. But that's currently not the case with the CMA. I asked to appear before the Bayes Select Committee when I was chairman. I discovered that this is the first, when I appeared, it was the first time that any chairman had ever appeared before the Bayes Select Committee from the CMA. It is simply evaded or avoided or had somehow been subject to neglect of the Bayes Committee for many, many years. And of course the Bayes Committee is extremely busy and it has far too much to do, hence my suggestion for a specialist body. I said earlier that not only Parliament but the government should act as an enabler of better scrutiny, and I do have quite a number of suggestions for government, but rather than raise them now, I'll try and plug them into committee stage. I want to end with just one further remark. I've tried to put the legislation in a wider policy perspective, and I've lingered on the need for an institutional reboot of the CMA and the responsibility that we carry in Parliament, and the government too, to secure that reboot. But the CMA is becoming a repository for a good number of the government's smelly rats. It's been asked to monitor the internal market, and it's acquired responsibility for the highly politically sensitive topic of state aids, now travelling under the new name of the Subsidy Advice Unit. And that's all before this huge bill, and it's all before the new big-ticket mergers that are coming its way post-Brexit, which have recently been so controversial. So with this bill, we're going to be empowering the CMA with huge new responsibilities, even as it struggles to do a full job with its existing powers. Government offload is risking CMA overload. 25 years ago, we overloaded a new body, the Financial Services Authority, with new responsibilities. Offload from the Bank of England and from other institutions became overload at the FSA. It failed spectacularly a decade later. When it failed, it was carved up. My Lords, we need to put in place the support and scrutiny here for the CMA to accompany this bill that can give the CMA better protection against such an outcome in the years ahead.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the Noble Lord Tyree, and I will come to one of his themes, or his theme on accountability, later on in my remarks. But I'm very grateful to my noble friend, the Minister, for setting out in his introductory speech just how successful the UK's tech sector is to date, because it really is a huge success. And I was delighted to learn that Nottingham, my home city, is one of only a small number with 2 unicorn billion-dollar tech startups. I didn't know that, so that was good to hear. But even though we have been successful so far in the tech sector in this country, we have the talent and the potential to do so much more. But we have a problem, as we've already heard, and that's that our digital markets are not working properly. The financial clout and sheer computing power of the US tech giants is creating significant, often insurmountable barriers to entry for alternative providers. Now, I want to be clear that this bill should not be about bashing big tech. I don't think we should penalise these businesses because of their size. Their success and innovation also create other business opportunities, providing products and services millions of people use and love. But that doesn't mean they should control the way markets develop and who else gets the chance to succeed. Like most, if not all of my noble friends on the Conservative benches and my erstwhile noble friend Lord Tyree, I believe that free markets drive growth when they allow for effective competition. But when markets aren't creating that competitive landscape on their own, governments should step in, and hence the bill before us. Now, you've already heard, and noble lords have already heard, that the Communications and Digital Select Committee is one that I am privileged to chair. But it started calling for legislation to empower the CMA with a new ex-ante regime under the chairmanship of my predecessor and noble friend, Lord Gilbert of Pangteng. Through several committee inquiries, we have seen evidence, including, and we've heard some of this already today, unfair dominance and control of the immensely powerful and increasingly important digital advertising market, non-negotiable fees and terms applied by Apple and Google on thousands of businesses who rely on app stores, even though the terms of trade prevent some of those businesses from providing a more streamlined experience and cheaper prices for their customers. Big players using their dominance in one part of the digital market, for example search, to damage the prospects of a potential competitor in others, such as online shopping or travel bookings. And we in our committee continue to learn more about the failing of our digital markets as more firms, previously reluctant, are now willing to speak publicly about their experiences. So, as much as I'd rather the bill wasn't necessary, the case for it is clear. Once it was published and introduced to the Commons in the summer, my committee held hearings on parts 1 and 2 of the bill. And it's only on those parts I shall speak today, but I've been interested to hear noble lords cover other issues which no doubt we'll return to in committee stage, and I'm grateful for all of the briefing I've received on all parts of the bill. But coming back to the focus of my remarks today, overall we as a committee found the bill's objectives and principles to be sound and a good basis for regulation. In our subsequent formal letter to the Secretary of State, we highlighted 3 important measures that we considered to be proportionate. Now, my noble friend the Minister has acknowledged that is what we said. But what he didn't acknowledge is what we also said, which was that these measures should not be diluted during the passage of the bill. And the three measures that we highlighted were the appeals process, the countervailing benefits exemption, and the leveraging principle. Now, we knew from our evidence sessions that the big tech firms would lobby hard for changes in these areas. And when all's said and done, they are successful businesses who, understandably, will fight hard to retain their positions. So in the face of considerable pressure from them over the past few months, there was some relief that the government amendments tabled at report stage in the Commons were less extensive than many had feared. But they are changes nonetheless. And so not only would any further dilution to these measures be unacceptable, the government amendments that have been made deserve proper scrutiny and debate to resolve the uncertainty they've created. And what I mean by that is that in 2 or 3 years' time, when the Competition Appeals Tribunal is considering an appeal, we need to be sure that judges will be in no doubt what Government and Parliament intended by this legislation, because we must avoid delays and outcomes that undermine the purpose of this bill. Now, my noble friend, in his opening remarks, anticipated some of my remarks. And as he said today, the government, as he showed today, and as the government has shown in other ways, they have been at pains to stress that none of these changes affect the substance of the legislation. And I'm grateful for the reassurances that he's been able to offer. But the fear is that these changes create loopholes for those with the deepest pockets to protract and extend a legal claim. We may require some new explanatory notes to be published to provide that clarity and certainty. From comments already made in today's debate by other noble lords, we may need to have some amendments tabled to at least probe and get firmly on record the clarity that we need. But to explain what I'm talking about, and this has been highlighted by others already, but it is good that judicial review remains the procedure for any appeals against CMA decisions. But can we be sure that the new merits procedure for the large firms to appeal against financial penalties will not lead to the CMA's findings on conduct being reopened? And that was a question that my noble friend Lord Vasey raised. Indeed, why has the requirement for the CMA to ensure that their decisions are proportionate been spelled out on the face of the bill when that is already a fundamental requirement of it as a regulator? And why the decision to swap the word indispensable for a new form of words in the context of countervailing benefits? As we've heard, indispensable has precedent in case law and is well understood by the courts. The government has also added a new requirement that any guidance produced by the CMA in relation to Part 1 of the bill be subject to Secretary of State approval. Now, I understand why the government wants to ensure sufficient oversight of the CMA, given the very substantial additional powers provided by this legislation. But my main concern with this change is that it will give the big tech firms another chance to lobby and delay. If this new requirement is to stay, at the very least we should include a short deadline on the face of the bill for the Secretary of State to grant her approval. And there are two other important principles for us to keep in mind here. First, the UK's new digital competition regime is considered better than Europe's because it is more flexible. But the regime will only work if the most dominant players participate in the process from the start to help the CMA decide best how strategic markets should work, so that in the end all players get fair terms. The word participatory has been coined to describe this approach. Cooperate would have done just as well. But the point is, we must avoid deterring the kind of behaviour from big tech that is critical to the regime's success. Secondly, and this is where I come to some of the comments that have been made by my erstwhile noble friend, Lord Tyree, is accountability to Parliament. When it comes to strategic oversight of the CMA and the work of its Digital Markets Unit, parliamentarians have an important role. Some noble lords may recall that I raised the importance of accountability and parliamentary oversight during the passage of the Online Safety Bill. My committee and the Online Safety Bill's pre-legislative committee both recommended a joint committee of both houses be established to oversee digital regulation because of the increasing power and remit we are giving to regulators. The government, though, did not respond with any enthusiasm. But I think we must return to this, and I thought that other speakers today might raise similar points. Indeed, this House passed a motion only yesterday to establish a new committee of your Lordship's House to oversee financial regulators. Now, this was news to me yesterday, but I understand that this came about because of a government amendment to the Financial Services and Markets Bill. Now, the Noble Lord Tyree seemed to suggest something different perhaps than what I have in my mind, but the fact that this new committee has been created has set a precedent, and I think it's something that is worth further consideration and study. My Lords, I support this bill. It allows the big firms to continue to operate and innovate while ensuring they do not use unfair tactics to suppress competition and stifle new challenges before they've had a chance to get going. In other words, it creates the level playing field that's critical to effective and fair competition. Ultimately, that is good for the UK economy, businesses of all kinds and all sizes, and British consumers. I hope this bill will be passed swiftly because, as others have said, it is long overdue.
It's a great pleasure, as ever, and once more, to follow the noble Baroness Stowell. And I particularly want to endorse the comments you made about the Joint Committee. It was a comment that I made repeatedly during the course of the Online Safety Act, and I'm pleased to note the precedent that she has noticed that I hadn't, and I support what she had to say. I should remind your Lordships of my interests in the register, particularly as the chair of a tech company, Century Tech, and a co-owner of Sukla Limited that has a number of tech clients. And like all other speakers so far in this bill, I very much welcome the bill. But like everybody else, I think, except for the Minister, question whether or not it goes far enough in creating a sufficiently robust regime to hold the large tech companies to account, who I also don't want to necessarily bash, but it's just notable that they are particularly wealthy and particularly litigious, and if we want to have a meaningful regime, we need to have a robust set of regulators to take them on. And the European Commission in September listed 6 of them as the gatekeepers under its new Digital Markets Act. They are Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, Meta, Microsoft and ByteDance, and they feel like roughly a good list of companies for us to keep in mind. And I was amused to look back just over 20 years ago to the antitrust case that was taken against Microsoft, when at the time they were the gatekeeper, when everyone was using personal computers to access the internet, and the likes of Apple, who are pushing for the competition authorities in the US, the Federal Trade Commission, to take action so that they could free up browsers, free up operating systems to be able to allow consumers to be able to access the internet through other sources. And happily, that pressure won out, and Microsoft did have to yield, and they lost the antitrust case. And I think it's now time for us to take action, in particular, on the issue of app stores, and I'm delighted that the noble Baroness Harding is in her place, because she and I collaborated a little and she led on trying to get app stores included within the competence of the Online Safety Act. And there is no doubt that we are now all accessing the internet predominantly on phones and iPads. For this country, the latest data that I've seen from Statistica would say that in the UK, 60% of us use the smartphones as the most important device to access the internet, and another 12% using tablets such as iPads. So 72% of us going through either the Apple App Store or the Android store in order to access the applications that we need to access content. And how do those app stores work? Well, they work, for example, if you want to collect money through them, by taking a percentage of that money, roughly 30%. 30% on top of VAT at 20%, assuming that you're liable to pay VAT. So you've lost 50% of your revenue before you've even started. That's a massive constraint on small businesses being able to get set up. We see Spotify, who have been one of the companies that have tried to come and talk to me. They've just cut 1,500 jobs today, I read in the newspaper. Perhaps if they were able to keep some more of their revenue and not have it taken by one or other of those two platforms, some of those jobs would not be lost. But it's more than about the money. It's also about the data and the analysis that those two companies are able to collect through the App Store so that they can see what applications are doing well. They can see what features within those applications are doing well. They can then, if they choose to, create competitor applications. They can use their ability to block applications that they're concerned about. Now, they won't block them overtly, but they will just delay their process in going through for approval through their systems. And then, lo and behold, another release of the iOS, another release of the operating system is published, and then they go to the back of the queue in the test pilot system before they can then get approval and get on the App Store. All of that is a massive constraint on small businesses being able to access and enter the market. And I was really struck by the Noble Baroness Hayman's speech around planned obsolescence and that use of release of the operating systems so that they then make our devices obsolete is something that a powerful regulator could really help with in ensuring that our devices remain current. So we need to act urgently in this country, and we need to be able to act internationally as well. And I would ask the Noble Lord, the Minister, whether he honestly believes we have enough powers in this bill in order for us to be able to take on the really tricksy issue of these app stores. Are we going to be able to force them to offer alternative payment systems so they don't cream off all the money? Are we going to be able to offer them that system so that if I want to download an application on my iPhone, I don't have to go through the App Store if I don't want to, so that then we can open up to more competition? I would then, my Lords, want to just move on to the issue of data a little bit more. I've previously raised in this House my concern that an individual like, for example, Elon Musk has all of that data in respect of transport movements through Tesla, in respect of communications through his satellite company, in respect of sentiment through his ownership of the company that used to be known as Twitter. And that's just one example of a consolidation through horizontal integration, if you like, of data ownership. And these data lakes are things that he or others who are in a similarly powerful position can point, they could be kept discreet, but he can point the same artificial intelligence machine at each of those individual data lakes and get the benefit of being able to train the AI on the different sources of data and create power and that nobody else has access to, that would really give him a massive competitive advantage. But it's bigger than just Musk. You know, if you look at the amount of data that Google is collecting about all of us at any given time, with all of the integration that Google has, you look at any one of the 6 tech giants that I listed earlier, and it's a massive issue that the CMA, again, needs to be able to have some ability to go after this data ownership issue, which isn't about verticals, it's about horizontals, and I'm not sure it's within the regime at the moment or indeed within the thinking, and I would love to hear the Minister's reassurance on that. And then, like the Noble Viscount, I have concern also around the competitive landscape for digital advertising. In the second quarter of 2022, Meta and Google made up 87.3% of total ad spend in the UK. It's fallen slightly since, with more share being invested in mobile-first platforms like Snapchat and TikTok. This is in the context of online advertising spending making up 25% of total ad spend in this country. Now, the DCMS have reviewed it. They've said that there's a lack of transparency, there's a need for action, and then at the end of their report, they say, in order to be ready to bring forward legislation to implement these reforms when parliamentary time allows, we'll be issuing further consultation seeking views on these proposals. We've got a vehicle here in this bill. Why are we not taking action now to open up competition in digital advertising? Why are we waiting for parliamentary time when we've got time now? Where is the sense of urgency from the government around this really important issue that the Noble Viscount referred to? Like others, I've looked at the correspondence on gift aid and would support action to be taken on that. But ultimately, and I know the Noble Baroness Kidron, who will be speaking later, has also raised the important issue of researcher access, which we came to in the digital in the Online Safety Act. I think if we can again use this vehicle to open up researcher access via the regulator to these large companies, then we would be able to have some oversight over what is actually going on, so that we can inform better parliamentary scrutiny and better regulation of these large, powerful, litigious organisations. In the end, my lords, this is about the power of the internet for good and for ill. As we've heard, we have a suite of legislation that is before us, of which this is just one, in order to hopefully create powerful, agile regulators who can collaborate together and give confidence and safety for consumers to realise the transformational potential of technology and not the harms that we're all concerned about.
Follow the Noble Lord, as I thought made another of the many very valuable contributions which we've listened to already in this debate. So I'll try not to repeat some of the important points that have already been made, which clearly we will have an opportunity to consider in committee in detail. From my point of view, of course, it's an illustration of just the nature of how competition has changed in our markets. I was on the Standing Committee in another place of the Competition Act 1998, on the Standing Committee of the Enterprise Act 2002, on the Standing Committee of the Communications Act 2003, many of which are aspects of the legislation that we will be amending in this. And I think if we had understood then the extent to which digitisation and digital markets had led to concentration of market power in a relatively few hands, we would have thought that the competition regime that we were establishing would have intervened to stop it. But of course it hasn't. I'll come back to this in a minute, but we look at the Furman Review reporting in, I think, 2018 that there had previously been 400 acquisitions of nascent tech companies without any effective intervention by competition authorities anywhere. Even today, we're kind of looking back very recently at the Competition and Markets Authority's intervention and Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard, which the Noble Lord Fox rightly referenced, and I think praised their actions. But of course, it affects only a small part of Activision Blizzard's market penetration. It may be important in the long run. Cloud computing may grow significantly, but it isn't that significant yet. And I think it's quite important for us to recall that we're dealing essentially with very large tech companies that are that are essentially American. And the FTC tried to stop it and failed. So he's not in his place just at the moment, but he'll no doubt read it. My noble friend Lord Tyree was, I think, absolutely right. It is not simply the legal framework we create for our competition authorities. It is the manner in which the competition authorities deploy those powers that is absolutely vital. And, of course, there is the consequential question of whether those competition authorities are properly accountable, and not simply that they're doing their job well, but that we support them to do their job well, that they feel confident that the political class, as it were, is going to back them up. I mean, at the time, we would have thought that the ex-post interventions would have been sufficient. We now, I think, in the last few years, have realised that it is going to require a combination of ex-ante rules and ex-post interventions, and this bill clearly reflects that. And as others have done, I was quite hopeful that we would make faster progress on the introduction of legislation following the Furman review. We're now over, 4.5 years on from the publication of that. But credit to our present Prime Minister for pushing things forward since he came into office. I think actually that he is a contrast in this respect to his immediate predecessor, who one might have imagined was pro-competition, but actually didn't actually proceed apace with pro-competition legislation. Anyway, be that as it may, our Prime Minister is doing what I think is right to be done. From my point of view, there are clearly many benefits that that are going to be derived if this legislation is effective in diminishing the opportunity for self-preferencing by large digital players. I did think, and I thought it was a very good point made, not least by the noble Lord Fox, and my noble friend Lord Vasey, that we must ensure fair return to intellectual property, and actually I think that is very linked to the question of making sure there is transparency and choice for consumers, and the relationship between those two I think is really important. I will be interested to see as we proceed what the relationship is between this legislation and the European Union's. It's not a direct relationship, but I think we might do a bit of a compare and contrast, not least in relation to definitions. I think the noble Lord Knight of Weymouth was talking about that, and the approaches are a little different, but some of the definitions and how they're reached are going to be really important when we look at turnover, when we look at the number of consumers and users of digital technologies, and the extent to which individual players, undertakings, exercise power and control over those users' access to digital markets, and indeed the extent to which they have control over business users of those markets. The definitions are already out there in the implementing regulations on the Digital Markets Act from the European Commission. So I think we should look ourselves very carefully at that. I think I share, and I won't repeat the points that have been made very well, not least by my noble friend Lord Baroness Stoll of Beeston, about the question of ensuring that we maintain the clarity of the appeals standard. It is simply the case, as far as I understand it, that a JR standard includes a test of proportionality. For it to be further added in the legislation in the way that is currently proposed, I think it's in clause 46, I think runs the risk that courts will say, well, it must have been added therefore for a further reason, for an additional and distinct test other than we would have understood to be normal in JR. And the same applies for the point that was made about indispensability, and I think my noble friend, if I might suggest, look very hard at whether the countervailing benefits exemption serves any valuable purpose or opens a very dangerous door to long litigation. We know that some big companies like Apple have $1 billion available for their legal costs in a year. We know that it's a cost of doing business. We know that they have succeeded on several occasions of delaying interventions by other competition authorities through legal challenges for years. We have to be very aware that we don't create exactly that opportunity. I'll finish just with the final point, coming to this point about killer acquisitions. The bill does include a requirement for notification of mergers by companies, undertakings with significant market status. I think, however, the Furman review went on to say that there needed to be, one of their recommendations, a specific test, a test of whether a merger is expected to be on balance beneficial or harmful, taking into account scale and likelihood of impacts. That test isn't included into the merger regime in relation to these markets in the way that the Furman review recommended. And I hope in the course of our scrutiny of the bill we might look at whether we should indeed come to look at that forward-looking review of mergers, taking into account that balance and giving, as a consequence of changing the legislative framework for merger control, an opportunity for competition authorities to intervene more regularly and more effectively and ensuring that there is more opportunity for entry into these competitive markets, because these markets cannot be expected to become as competitive as we wish and need them to be without real opportunities for market entry by new entrants. But notwithstanding that, I very much support the bill, and I look forward in what I think will be a very non-partisan approach across the House to trying to ensure that the bill achieves the purposes which the government clearly intends and Parliament intends that it should.
My Lords, I'd like to, it's a great pleasure to follow my noble friend Lord Lansley. I don't say this because he's next to me and he might heckle me, but actually some of the distinctions my noble friend Lord Lansley made about between rules, but implementation of those rules and enforcement. Can I also thank my noble friends the ministers and their officials, not only for the opening comments, but for the meeting with noble lords last week, as well as the House of Lords Library and the various other organisations that have contacted us for their briefings, which have been very informative. I should refer, noble lords, to my register of my interest as laid out in a register, probably especially my role on the advisory board of the Startup Coalition, non-executive director of the Department of Business and Trade, my work with a couple of think tanks that have published on competition issues, and others in my register. In some ways, I'm not one of these people who's into instant gratification, but I remember when I was a member of the European Parliament in about mid-2000s, when the EU Commission was considering the case of Microsoft. And I remember being visited by lobbyists, including from Google, who were lobbying against Microsoft because they wanted to see a more competitive market. And I remember telling them, just be careful what you wish for, because one day you might find other companies lobbying against you. It's taken me a long time for that, but it just shows how markets move. The other observation is how quickly these markets move, even definitions change. I'm old enough to remember when SMS actually meant text messaging. Now it's got a new meaning of significant market status. Now, at this stage, I really only have a series of questions. But before I raise them, I'd like to probably think about the matter at the heart of this debate, which is, how do markets really work? There are lots of debates about it. How do we react to markets where there are one or a few dominant firms? And what do we do about firms that are dominant but compete not by seeking to offer the best product or service at the best price possible, but use their significant market power to block competitors? And I have to admit, learning economics in the past, I was fairly dissatisfied with some of the models that we were presented with. We were presented with the fairy tale of the perfect market, perfect information. Everyone had all this information. This is the way markets should work. And then we're given the variations: the oligopolistic market, the monopoly market, the monopolistic market. But really, that's not really our market. And then we're told by our economics tutors, we've given you this model, but actually it doesn't work like this at all. There are market failures and we need government intervention. So when I look at this from first principles, one of the views that I find attractive is one that when you consider the hundreds, the thousands, the millions, the billions of transactions that occur every day between a willing buyer and between willing sellers. And it's the aggregate of these transactions that actually create the spontaneous order of markets. Markets are not perfect, and there is imperfect and asymmetric information. Not everyone has the same information. And what happens in these markets is that entrepreneurs are the key, because they spot opportunities that others may not have spotted, but they're also prepared to take the risks, to take advantage of those opportunities and those asymmetries, what the economist Israel Kirzner referred to as entrepreneurial alertness. And what happens soon after other firms enter the market and try to compete on product, quality of product or service or price? Now, governments, from first principles, can either get in the way or out the way. And while I would prefer governments to get out the way as much as possible to allow thriving markets, there will be occasions where some of these new companies will become so large and dominate the market. In these cases, we need to consider if and how regulations can provide a framework for competition and prevent abuse by dominant players. I was very much taken by the comments of the Noble Lord Knight, who eloquently gave examples of how companies that were once seen as entrepreneurial and exciting and new and witty are now abusing their significant market status. But also in considering this bill, we have to consider how digital markets may be different to other markets, such as for physical products, even though many physical products are sold online today. And while a firm may be dominant in one part of the market, for example, on search or devices, it may not be dominant in another part of that market. And I've weighed up the advantages of the judicial review versus the merits-based decisions, and especially getting the balance right between not punishing the big firms who have been successful and innovative, but also against their role as having significant market status and becoming gatekeepers and promoting their own products over rivals, or has been alleged and claimed against search engines and app stores imposing unreasonable charges. And I have come down on the side of judicial review, like many other noble lords, mainly to speed things up, but also to avoid the larger firms with their armies of lawyers delaying the process, which may lead to smaller competitors going out of business before the end of the case. But we now see that firms can appeal this penalty of the judicial review process. So I'd like to ask my noble friend, like other noble lords, I'd like to ask my noble friend the Minister, how long do you expect the appeal process to take? And if a firm lodges an appeal, is there a danger it may delay the main decision further? If a large firm wins a penalty, will they then have grounds to challenge the original decision, delaying the remedy further? Now, my noble friend the Minister may well say that won't happen, but I think it will be reassuring to hear that from my noble friend the Minister at the dispatch box, so we understood that. And I'm also, like other noble lords, interested in the countervailing benefit exemption. What is the thinking behind the use of the word countervailing rather than the term indispensable? As many other noble lords have said, it is legally defined. What extra does countervailing duties or countervailing exemption give to this bill, and what is the justification? And can also my noble friend the Minister assure noble lords that countervailing will not act as a loophole for the dominant firms to escape their responsibilities? One of my other concerns, more generally, and I know it's shared by noble lords in other parties across the House, over time, governments delegate responsibilities to agencies or regulators, as well as to international organisations. Now, I teach politics, and one of the things we teach is principal-agent theory, where a government delegates authority to an agency or a regulator, but that regulator may pursue a different agenda to the one expected of them. There's real concerns about accountability, but also about who regulates the regulator. And that's why I welcome the comments by the noble Lord Tyree and the comments from my noble friend Baroness Stowell about accountability to Parliament. And I acknowledge the fact that perhaps across this House, noble lords should pursue that solution of a committee. I also suspect that the proposed power of the Secretary of State reviewing Part 1 CMA guidance may be a way to tackle this issue. But I would really like to hear my noble friend's justification, or noble friend the Minister's justification for granting this power to the Secretary of State, and whether this may slow down decisions, especially in a fast-moving market. Does the Secretary of State really need these powers? And will us as noble lords have to propose a time frame for these decisions to be made if there is no time frame for quick decisions? I should add that the people I've met who have worked for the CMA, I've been impressed by their knowledge, I've been impressed by their understanding of some of these deeper philosophical questions of markets, and also some of the trade-offs that they have to consider. It's not an easy job trying to balance innovation and markets and concentration. A couple of other things. I welcome the action on subscription traps. I think there's probably consensus across the House. It recently took me over 2 hours and disconnected calls to leave my former the broadband company that I was with. Now, when I went online to read customer forums, thinking that I'd been hard done by, I realised I was lucky. I was for 2 hours. People said 2 hours. That's nothing. Reminds you of the Monty Python sketch. 2 hours. That's absolutely nothing. You don't know hardship. I saw one comment when someone said they tried so often that they gave up for 1 year and tried again the year later because it just wasn't working. They just weren't getting through. So look. We also read of dirty tricks by companies with disconnecting calls or customers being left to hang on for ages or understanding that customers are desperate to hold on to their customers. Now, I understand why customers looking to leave companies or end their subscription are redirected to customer retention teams. When I was a consultant to telecoms firms, there was a figure that we used that the estimated cost of new customer acquisition was 7 times that of customer retention. But you keep that customer by offering them a service that they are happy with and they're happy to pay the price of. You don't keep them by engaging in these dirty tricks. Now, in 2021, the government promised to make it easier to switch broadband provider, as easy as it is to switch mobile operator with a so-called one-touch switching system. But broadband companies failed to meet that target of the April 2023 deadline. So my question to my noble friend, the Minister, is when will one-touch switching come into effect? And perhaps noble lords ourselves have to ask, what more pressure can we put on the industry, but also on the CMA to look into this, to make sure this delayed implementation, just as my noble friend Lord Lansley was saying, we've got the rules, but how do you make sure that they're enforced? Why are companies dragging their feet on this one-touch switching? The last issue I talk about is, other noble lords have talked about it, is the fact that we've all been contacted by charities. I won't go into the details because it's already been laid out by other noble lords, but I think we would like a response from my noble friend, the Minister, on this issue about charity subscriptions. I also would just add one word of caution. Just because they are a charity, they may also behave in a way to try and keep their subscribers or their donors. So let's not give them a blanket exemption, but let's understand the particular issue that they are lobbying us on. But overall, like other noble lords, I welcome this bill. I look forward to hearing the comments and the answers to my questions from my noble friend, the Minister. And I look forward to working with my noble friend, the Ministers, but also other noble lords, on creating the appropriate framework so that the UK continues to be a leading digital market for local and international firms.
I wish to address 3 short but important points. The first 2 concerns redress or means of redress by consumers and small businesses, and the third concerns the point which has been raised by a number of members of the House about charities and subscription contracts. The first issue concerns the absence of provision for collective proceedings by consumers and small businesses. Chapter 7 of Part 1 of the Bill deals with enforcement and appeals. Provision is made for individual claims in the Competition Appeal Tribunal or to a court for breaches of requirements, such as conduct requirements and pro-competition orders following pro-competition interventions. There is no provision in the Bill or elsewhere enabling consumers and businesses to make a collective redress claim where multiple parties have been harmed by the same breach. In many cases, individual consumers and small businesses will be unable to finance proceedings. Furthermore, the knowledge of the likelihood of such difficulty will be a disincentive for those who are subject to conduct requirements and pro-competition interventions to comply with their obligations. Provision for collective proceedings, which colloquially and generally are called class actions, is made in the Competition Act 1998, as amended by the Consumer Rights Act 2015. That provision, however, only applies to breaches of competition law. For these reasons, I would urge the Government to make provision in the Bill for a collective actions regime, borrowing where appropriate from that which applies already in the case of breaches of competition law. The second issue I wish to raise concerns alternative dispute resolution schemes for consumer disputes under the Bill. Part 4 of the Bill deals with consumer rights and disputes. Chapter 4 of Part 4 addresses the issue of ADR, and supplementary provisions are to be found in Schedules 23 to 25. Aside from the imposition
of a duty on traders to notify consumers of ADR arrangements. The provisions in this part are concerned essentially with the terms of accreditation of ADR providers. What is lacking is any provision for making ADR schemes more accessible for the resolution of disputes, or even in any provision for review of potential ADR arrangements for the inexpensive, speedy and efficient disposal of consumer disputes. Resort to court proceedings will always be expensive and time-consuming, and it's well known that current delays in the delivery of civil justice are considerable. For these reasons, I suggest that the bill should provide for a government review of ADR for consumer disputes so as to make it accessible, inclusive and appropriate for the needs of all consumers, regardless of age, income or education level and vulnerabilities. Finally, on the question which has been addressed by a number of your lordships, the impact on the bill of subscription contracts and its application to charities which provide membership benefits and also rely on gift aid when donations are made. Chapter 2 of Part 4 of the bill addresses the topic of subscription contracts, and the important point is that it makes provision for those contracts to be subject to the right on the part of the consumer to terminate the contract and secure a refund. And the effect in the case of charities is that that means that the gift aid programme cannot apply to those donations. And this is a matter of great financial significance to charities large and small. In the briefing by the Royal British Legion, it points out that it has 194,000 members, and 38% of those members have gift aid subscriptions, and that gift aid represents approximately 10% of the total IRBL membership fee revenue. This would have an obviously very detrimental effect. Looking at the description of a subscription contract in the bill, which refers to a contract between a trader and a consumer for the supply of goods, services or digital content by the trader to the consumer in exchange for payment by the consumer, and where it defines trader as acting for the purpose of a business, I would have thought that it's difficult to understand that the government actually intended, without much clearer words, to embrace the concept of subscription contracts membership donations paid to a charity, just because, indeed, because of the type of benefits conferred on donors by charities such as RBL. And so my question to the Minister would be to ask the Minister to say, in reply to this debate, whether it actually is the intention of the government to include charities. And if it is the intention of the government to include charities, whether the government in making that decision actually was aware and conscious of the impact on gift aid. If it was not the intention of the government to include charities in these provisions, then they should be expressly excluded in clauses 253 and Schedule 20 of the bill.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the noble Lord, and indeed so many speakers who've made such powerful points with which I am overwhelmingly in agreement. There's a danger that I may sound here like little Sir Echo. I declare my interest as Deputy Chairman of Telegraph Media Group, Director of the Advertising Standards Board of Finance, and note my other interests in the Register. Like other noble lords, I wholeheartedly support this legislation. As we've heard, it's been the subject of countless studies and consultations over many years, dating back, in fact, to Dame Frances Cairncross's admirable review, even before Thurman, of the sustainability of the press, which concluded that, quotes, the unbalanced relationship between publishers and online platforms threatened the future of journalism, and recommended that these platforms should be required to set out codes of conduct to govern their commercial relationships with news publishers. That review reported in early 2019, which is nearly 5 years ago, since when the commercial position of the press and in particular the local and regional press has deteriorated significantly. So, as we've heard many times, this has been a long time coming, but it has been worth the wait as long as we now get on with it without delay. My Lords, this legislation is hugely important because I think it delivers on so many different policy fronts. It's a policy for economic growth because it will open up digital markets, allowing UK businesses with the creative economy at its heart to innovate and grow. It's a policy for fairness, ensuring that the giant unaccountable tech platforms deal with publishers on a level playing field. It corrects a dreadful imbalance in market power that springs from the fact that essentially 2 foreign companies now take 80% of UK digital advertising but don't agree fair and reasonable terms for the content which powers their operations. And it will be good for consumers, as each UK household now pays over £200 more each year than they should for their online purchases as a result of the stranglehold on the ad market exercised by Google and Meta. And it is an investment in the future of trusted, authoritative journalism at a national and local level, which would be in deep jeopardy if there is no correction to a deeply distorted market, which means that publishers don't receive anything like a fair share of digital advertising revenues. And finally, it is delivering on perhaps one of the most important areas with which we, as parliamentarians, will have to grapple in the future: artificial intelligence. It is not quite oven-ready, but it is certainly AI-ready, because it could also provide a route for publishers to negotiate the fair use of their content by AI systems. And without adequate compensation in this way, the commercial sustainability of content providers will progressively erode and in the long term fail. Before coming on to some of the details of the bill, I think it's just important for me to explain why I think this bill is so essential. First of all, I think it is now crystal clear that the anti-competitive practices of the global monopolies are harming the UK economy. The CMA estimated back in 2018, and the position will be much worse now, that Google and Facebook made excess UK profits of £2.4 billion in digital advertising. Those excess profits didn't come from a free market, but from the unashamed leveraging of market power. It is a closed market. Second, I think it is equally clear that the big tech platforms benefit hugely from the content produced by publishers, both with advertising shown around the news and the data obtained by platforms that interact with that content without paying for it. Again, the CMA has found that ad tech intermediaries in a market dominated by Google capture over 1/3 of the value of the ad space on publishers' websites. The fact that people can find trusted news there makes them return more frequently, further expanding the market of the duopoly, a point that the noble Lord Fox made. It's a virtuous cycle generating cash for the platforms, but a vicious cycle for those investing in regulated news and investigative journalism. Third, the Google and Meta duopoly have become must-have services for publishers because that's where people go for news. Google's search engine is now second only to the BBC as the most used online news website for people seeking news. This has produced a profound fault line in the operation of the market. Publishers are at the mercy of big tech and have no choice but to accept their terms, leading to a position of clear market abuse. The establishment of the Digital Markets Unit will correct these and many other faults. Publishers will be able to negotiate fair terms for the value that news content brings to platforms. And if they refuse to comply, as we've heard, a final offer mechanism will be deployed, with each party submitting bids and the fairest offer selected. The DMU will ensure that publishers receive a fair share of revenues for advertising shown around their content and also receive user data when consumers interact with their content. Unfair App Store terms will be prevented, allowing publishers to build sustainable subscription businesses. As with all bills that come here, my lords, we need to scrutinise it properly to ensure it delivers what it says on the tin. And there are a number of issues we need to look at very closely. One area we must guard against is importing anything into the DMU's procedures, which will allow the platforms, as we've heard, to deploy delaying tactics. They have the money and the legal clout to slow dispute resolution down to such an extent that the terms of the bill could, if allowed to do so, become worthless. A good example is the countervailing benefits exemption, which many noble lords have mentioned in clause 29, which would allow the DMU to close an investigation into a breach of conduct requirement if a big tech firm can demonstrate that its anti-competitive conduct procedures benefits which outweigh the harms. The government's original policy intention was to ensure that this should only be used in the most rare and exceptional of circumstances, but amendments in the Commons, as the noble Lord Bastham of Brighton said, have watered that down by introducing an untested, uncertain standard. It's not at all clear why that change, moving away from the recognised competition law standard of indispensability, was necessary. We need to return clause 29 to its original wording, or indeed get rid of it altogether. Otherwise, the big tech firms will be presented simply with a get-out-of-jail-free card. Also concerning are the powers given to the Secretary of State to approve CMA guidance, a point that the noble Viscount Colville of Culross made. This guidance will be crucial in setting out how specific digital services should comply with the Bill's conduct requirements, allowing the pro-competition regime to be proportionate and targeted. In a system designed to regulate rapidly moving digital markets, any delay could seriously undermine the CMA's ability to target consumer harm, and there must, again, as several noble lords have said, be a time limit for the Secretary of State's decision. We've heard a lot about the maintenance of the judicial review standards, but again, it's been watered down for appeals on penalty decisions. There needs to be absolute clarity in the bill on the very limited area of the so-called full merits appeals, what that covers, so that it doesn't bleed into other parts of the system. And I think we should also consider in committee the way in which the final offer mechanism will work. At the moment, it is quite rightly a last resort, but it is one which could become such a distant prospect that publishers are forced to accept suboptimal terms simply because of the pressing commercial imperative to do so quickly. My Lords, the part of the bill, and this is my final set of comments that concerns me most, is part 4 relating to subscriptions. Like everybody else, I applaud the aim of tackling the nuisance of subscription traps. But we need to make sure that the day-to-day operations of reputable traders are not adversely impacted by the measures designed to achieve this, and in particular publishers such as the one I work for, who are building sustainable business models through subscriptions. Subscriptions provide many different types of businesses with a degree of certainty in order to invest in their operations, but I fear we risk undermining some of that certainty with the measures in the bill at a challenging economic time for many traders. The severity of the measures within the bill treats all subscriptions as though they were an endemic problem and unwanted by consumers, when that is not the case. By the government's own analysis, 4 in 5 adults in the UK have at least one subscription, and often many more, and yet only 5% of subscriptions are unwanted. So there's a danger that we're creating a sledgehammer here to crack a nut. As an example, under the terms of clause 258, traders will be required to establish procedures that enable consumers to terminate subscription contracts in a single communication. That could have many unintended consequences which ironically disadvantage the customer, including the fact that many are often happy to take advantage of discounts and price offers that arise during their exit journey. And there are also potential problems with the cooling off period. Clause 262 largely retains the 14-day cooling off period under EU law, which starts the day after the day on which a contract is entered into. However, the bill introduces a so-called renewal cooling off period, which, for instance, occurs when an annual subscription renews. This is an unnecessary expansion of the existing regulation without any evidence that it's needed, and it's hardly a Brexit dividend to impose even harsher regulations on British business than the EU does. My Lords, in a bill intended to ensure the sustainability of journalism, in part, with business models often based on subscription income, some of the measures in this bill, ironically and dangerously, point in the opposite direction. We must correct that. My Lords, these are all issues we will scrutinise in committee with our usual vigour. None of them is insuperable, and I hope that, as with the Online Safety Bill, my noble friend and Minister will engage in constructive debate. As I said at the start, I wholeheartedly support this bill. It's been a long time in gestation. It's supported by all the parties in Parliament. It's been endlessly consulted on. Let us now get on with it without delay and in that spirit of consensus on these issues which binds us together.
My Lords, in rising in that spirit of consensus, I begin by declaring my former position as editor of The Guardian Weekly, and noble Lords will find an unusual degree of confluence between what you might describe as the two ends of the media spectrum, in that I would very much agree with the noble Lord, Lord Black, about the issues of artificial intelligence use and indeed digital giant use of material coming from mainstream and indeed private publishers without declaring or making fair payment for that. And I think it's something that I'm not quite sure. There seem to be so many bills that this is coming up with at the moment, but looking at the issue of so much of what's described as generative artificial intelligence is actually plagiarism on a giant scale. And I will declare a meeting last week with UK Music, who are very much pushing for the idea that the source material of anything that's generated through these kind of technologies needs to be declared, as well as the fact of the way in which it's been generated. These are issues that need to be raised. A number of other noble Lords declaring their creative endeavours made me think that I should actually declare that I have a forthcoming book in April, Change Everything, How We Can Rethink, Repair and Rebuild Society, published with Unbound. And I have an interest, thank you, and I have an interest in seeing that that is not open to being rehashed, reused, recycled without my consent. Yet, as far as I'm aware, we have no capacity to do that, and that's something I think we need to think about in this bill and more broadly. Now, I have to say it is a pleasure to take part in a debate in which we are seeing an unusual degree of consensus. Noble Lords have had plenty of time to prepare for the passage of this bill to your Lordship's House. It's widely acknowledged to be necessary and broadly headed in the right direction. So I think the department probably needs to be warned that that will probably produce a strong desire to improve it at committee and report stage. I'm reminded of the most recent similar bill I can think of, which was the now Domestic Abuse Act, which left this House a lot stronger than it arrived after a great deal of cross-party, consensual, constructive contributions. I thought the front bench contributions, like many said, were very informative. I will perhaps pick up one point from the noble Lord the Minister. I don't share the enthusiasm for unicorns. Unicorns have very often actually turned out to really be phoenixes that crash and burn and are not capable of rebirth at great cost, human and financial suffering. And of course, as many noble Lords have said, we have an ecology which has seen many creative, exciting, new independent businesses swallowed up. The minnows are swallowed up by the sharks, and we really need to think how we can create a different kind of ecosystem. And I think it is really worth focusing on the fact that the digital world was born into a system, an oligarchic system, where we have a big 4, 5 or 6 dominating all sectors of our economy. So it's perhaps not surprising that what we've arrived at is a system with very little diversity in it, a few large players. Now, my aim is not to repeat what's been already said, so I'm going to tick off some points that have already been well covered. The issue of subscriptions for charities, the noble Lord, Lord Etherton, among many others. I will just note, putting my favourite charity, or one of my favourite charities, English Heritage, is among those who are very concerned about this issue. It clearly is something that your Lordship's House will need to address. I also think that, picking up from the points of the noble Lord, Lord Black, small independent news providers many noble lords will have received a briefing from the Public Interest News Foundation, and some have referred to it. These are issues that we desperately need: local news, supporting local democracy, supporting local community. These are areas where we desperately need action. Now, I will associate myself also with the speech of the noble lady Baroness Hayman, not currently in her place. Right to repair is something I've long been working on, and I look forward to seeing what we can do in that area, so I won't repeat any of that. Now, I think that you can hear the passion of personal experiences in many noble lords focusing on the difficulty of ending subscriptions. My suggestion to the noble Lord Vasey: if you don't know the CEO, what you need is a strong social media following, and a grumble on social media is often very effective. And I'd like to think that if we do that enough, it might have some impact on encouraging companies to do a better job of allowing people to escape from subscriptions that they no longer wish to have. So I'm going to focus on main part of my speech on an area that no noble lords, I believe, has yet covered, and that's looking particularly at the issue of advertising. And we are, all of us, both online, through screens in train stations, on roads, in many other places, exposed to thousands of digital advertisements on a more or less daily basis. So it's really crucial that protect consumers from misinformation and harm. Advertising needs to be properly and thoroughly regulated. However, we currently have a system that's slow, opaque, and is definitively failing. The UK Standards Authority is not an independent regulator. It's self-funded by the advertising industry. Any complaints the ASA handles is essentially, therefore, marking its own homework. So we really need to look at this regulatory gap as a matter of urgency. We should have a regulator that's independent, transparent, and one that can take timely action. And I'll particularly focus on the issues of the role of the companies advertising the products being advertised in terms of producing waste, pollution, and environmental harms, and ignoring human rights. Now, there was recent research published by the Financial Times that shows that Shell, one of the world's top polluters, is estimated to have spent £220 million in advertising in 2023. Much of that is very explicitly aimed at younger people. And I do have to share a case study of one of my favourite examples of this, because the sheer uselessness and inaccuracy of it has to be noted. A couple of years back, going through the Eurostar terminal, peering round a corner into an entirely unused area of the terminal, there was an advert from Exxon about their plans for green energy and algae, something that Exxon has subsequently got out of entirely. And at the time, the company was defending itself about this, and a company spokesperson said the company had spent more than $350 million trying to develop biofuels from algae. That was more than double what it spent on advertising. Greenwashing, anybody? And I think it is worth noting that if noble lords go back to when the government was first announcing this bill, we were promised protection from greenwashing. This was going to be a central part of this bill, but we didn't hear in the noble lord the minister's introduction a similar focus on the protection from greenwashing that we're looking towards. Now, I would suggest, and I will also be looking to bring amendments, that we can go further than protection for actively misleading issues. We need, in this climate emergency, as we speak in the middle of the COP28 talks, to acknowledge that advertising is a push factor for the generation of massive amount of unnecessary carbon emissions. The Green Party is calling for a ban on high carbon advertising. Fossil fuels, flights and SUVs are major ones. That might also include fast fashion, meat and dairy, and the banks that are funding the likes of BP and Shell. Now, I can feel your Lordship's House wincing at this point, but I would point out that there is no right to advertise. We have a choice to decide what our society looks like, what people are bombarded with. We don't have to say it's open slather and you can do whatever you like. The obvious area for this is, of course, cigarette advertising, which we've long had very tight controls on. But I'd also note now that Transport for London restricts advertising on a range of products, including junk food, and it's now close to banning gambling promotion. France and Amsterdam are also looking at working on banning high-carbon adverts. We can choose what the future looks like. So, my lords, there's so much to do, and I think it's worth, I'm going to finish on the point to make, that how much so many bills your Lordship's House is dealing with are interrelated. And I don't think anyone's yet referred to the fact that we are speaking, of course, in the fraud capital of the world. I'm quoting UK finance here, and we really need to cross-reference what's happening in terms of financial advertising that is a huge problem that consumers need so much protection from.
My Lord, it's a pleasure to take part in this second reading debate. In doing so, I declare my interest as set out in the register as advisor to EcoSpend Limited and Boston Limited respectively, and as also a member of the board at Channel 4 Television. My Lords, I'd like to talk briefly about the opportunity, then the bill at large, then some points on some specific elements within the bill as currently constructed. There exists a huge opportunity for the UK with the new technologies that we have available to us now. If we conceive of them as tools in our human hands, yes, incredibly powerful tools, but tools in our human hands, led with our human heads and hearts, that will give us the greatest chance of success for both small, medium, and indeed potentially successful unicorn businesses right across the United Kingdom. Some of the greatest elements of these technologies are that you don't have to necessarily be in the capital or indeed in a city at all. You can have an international business with a laptop and decent broadband connection from your bedroom. But when we look at how we can combine those new technologies with the great good fortune of the financial services sector in the United Kingdom, and indeed perhaps the most prized and often underrated good fortune that we have with English common law, the potential that we have individually and collectively as a nation, and indeed looking out, connecting internationally, is as good as infinite. What we really need to see running through this bill as golden threads are that everything that we do in this space is inclusive by design. Everything is predicated on the fundamental truth that it's our data, it's our decisions, it's our intellectual property, it's our copyrighted content. None of these platforms, none of these huge businesses have got very much at all without our data, our IP, and our copyrighted content. And we need to fundamentally address and legislate and regulate for this fundamental truth. To the bill itself, it's not small, and it's getting bigger. Perhaps more concerning from a parliamentary perspective, when it entered second reading in the House of Commons, it had 35 Henry VIII clauses. Today, as we start second reading, that number has risen to 43. I calculate that to be a Tudorian rate of inflation of around 23%. And I ask my noble friend the Minister, is this the way that the government wishes to legislate? Does it make sense to have such an increasing number of such clauses in our primary legislation? And as we already have 43 of them, will the Minister confirm that they will all be subject to the affirmative resolution procedure? It's a big bill, and noble lords have covered many of the issues eloquently and effectively at this stage, so I'll go relatively rapidly over a few areas which I think are worthy of consideration. Firstly, to the Competition and Markets Authority, our regulators are nothing if they're not independent. We have some of the most respected regulators around the world, but if their independence is even perceived to be called into question, then they and we have a problem. And as we saw in our discussions in the Financial Services and Markets Bill, independence shouldn't ever be confused with accountability and parliamentary scrutiny. That's absolutely essential. The regulators must be accountable to Parliament. There must be the right scrutiny mechanisms in place. As we heard earlier in the debate, we need that level of expert input so a Parliamentary Select Committee can effectively hold these regulators to account. So that's accountability and scrutiny good, but encroaching on independence, perhaps less so. So I ask my noble friend the Minister, is it wise as currently constructed in the bill for the Secretary of State to have sign-off powers over the guidance that will come from the regulator? It seems that goes well beyond any sort of normal arrangement that there would be between government and an independent regulator. Similarly, when talking about the CMA, the bill is peppered with references to proportionality and proportionate. But the CMA already has to operate in a proportionate manner. So I ask the Minister, what do these additional references to proportionality add? Potentially, don't they lead to confusion and less clarity for both regulator and those who will find themselves regulated? As many other noble lords have commented on, I'm similarly concerned around the introduction of the full merits test when it comes to fines issued by the regulator. It's fairly clear, as the bill's currently constructed, where the difference is between full merit and JR. But my point to the Minister would be, why are we taking a full merits approach when no other economic regulator has such an approach put upon it? And to not even need to reach back 25 years or 5 years, indeed, into history, why don't we go for one of the most recent pieces of legislation that many of noble lords present today were involved with in the Online Safety Bill? Well, now the Online Safety Act, when it comes to fines issued by Ofcom, there's no full merits procedure there. Why are we looking at a different approach in this piece of legislation as currently drafted? Moving on to pricing and payments, the government have spoken often and rightly around the present problem of drip pricing, and yet there's currently nothing in the bill to address that point. I asked my noble friend the Minister, why wouldn't this bill offer the ideal opportunity to address the practice of drip pricing, which so many people find themselves on the wrong end of? Similarly, when looking at leveraging principles, wouldn't we wish to strengthen the bill in that respect? Because otherwise the potential is that, take the app examples which have already been so eloquently pointed out, not least by my friend Lord Knight of Weymouth, isn't the danger that those prices, those costs, that 30%, simply gets moved and applied at a different part of the ecosystem, moved, applied again, and thus nothing achieved from this legislation as currently constructed? As other noble lords have commented on, I agree with the issue that we have to address around charities and gift aid, and I'm probably more in the camp of my noble friend Lord Kamal, in a sense of we should consider this carefully rather than simply saying that there's an issue here around gift aid, so we just draft a blanket exemption. I think we want to consider this carefully and come up with some more elegant drafting around this point. As I already stated, none of this is anything if it isn't predicated on inclusive by design. And a key strand within that is obviously accessibility. And there's a real problem with the bill as currently constructed if we want all of these markets, all of these platforms to be accessible for all. Because though clause 22C talks about the information needing to be accessible, which describes the activity, as currently drafted, the bill doesn't require the activities, the platforms themselves to be accessible themselves. 500 years ago, buildings were designed with no thought of accessibility or disabled people, and yet they, in the main, have now been made pretty accessible. Take the Palace of Westminster, a Grade 1 listed building, now not perfect by any means, but pretty accessible and a great job of work being done. Why would we seek to rebuild steps and inaccessibility in cyberspace when all these markets are constructed, if you will, on completely greenfield sites? But inaccessibility will happen and exclusion will happen if the concept of inclusive by design isn't written right through every element of the development and the deployment of these platforms and thus into the digital markets which we describe. So can I ask my noble friend the Minister, wouldn't it make sense to look at, for example, the public sector bodies' website and mobile regulations of 2018 and seek to draft some amendments to that effect so we truly have not just accessibility around the information, but we have accessibility around the activity, around the service, around the platform, around the market. Those regulations are so more effectively drafted and are practically implementable. They look to the International Web Accessibility Guidelines. Wouldn't the government wish that all of the platforms and everything within this digital markets bill is rooted in such firm grounding? My Lords, to some final collected thoughts, I'd also like to comment on the right to repair. In your Lordship's house and in the other place, rightly, we often talk about resource and resource matters, but we should also talk much more around resourcefulness and how we make optimum use of the resource we have. So it seems perfectly logical and timely, if not urgent, to have something in this legislation around a right to repair. Similarly, can I ask my noble friend the Minister, what's the budget going to be for the DMU? They're being given quite a task. And though we have a full range of regulators across many sectors of our economy and society, one significant issue which can't be denied is that if we don't fund them to the right level, we can't then criticise or be disappointed if they're unable to do their job as Parliament intended. Similarly, when will the government look to quantify many of the measures that are set out in the bill, currently largely white space? And finally, my Lords, we're talking about ex-ante regulation. Ex-ante regulation, EA. We need to ensure that everybody is listening when we reach committee stage, and we can then approach this bill collectively in a participatory manner and with those golden threads of inclusive by design and those fundamental truths again, my Lords. It's our data, our decisions, our legislation, our regulation, our digital futures.
My Lords, it is a pleasure to follow the noble Lord Holmes of Richmond, and I welcome the bill, but I feel that there are some improvements that the government could bring to provide better protection against the big giants. And I do feel that many of today's arguments have coalesced around several points. The bill does deal with various aspects. There are concerns that it does not contain any explicit environmental content, and I think reference has already been made to that. It makes no progress in plugging the gap in environmental reporting of food and drink products, and it does nothing to extend repair as a consumer right, as the noble Lady Baroness Bennett indicated. And there are issues concerning gift aid, all of which I feel need to be addressed. However, this evening, as part of this debate, I want to concentrate on the need for the government to strengthen the legislation through government-based amendments introduced at committee or report stage that enable better and more effective regulation for big technology companies. This bill, undoubtedly, can launch a groundbreaking framework to regulate a remarkably unbalanced digital marketplace in the UK. It is a market in which tech giants like Alphabet and Meta hold near complete control over every aspect of nearly every online transaction. And while digital technology has given journalists new opportunities to engage with the communities they cover, the dominant tech firms have positioned themselves as central intermediaries through which most news content must pass to reach citizens. This allows them to capture data about the use of content by consumers, sell advertising based on that use, and capture value created by news and information firms. And they hoard a lion's share of advertising revenue, nearly 80% of the digital advertising market, as well as valuable user data generated for them by news providers, whilst the providers struggle to keep their lights on. And I have seen examples of that in Northern Ireland. With that system in place, the news publishers who have to interact with the giants lose out, especially those that are locally owned and operated. When they suffer, their audiences, citizens right across the UK, lose out as well. The independent news sector online is made up of several hundred publishers, millions of residents in hard-to-reach communities, my lords. For example, I can think of those in very distinct rural communities in Northern Ireland, rely on them for fact-checked and trustworthy information about all facets of their lives. It is a sector that has been given many reasons to feel as if it was abandoned by the UK's policymakers. With appropriate policy measures, it also stands to gain the most out of our action. Using proper interventions, we can allow it to continue enriching the lives and democratic participation of the UK's communities at every level. My lords, in 2022, the Public Interest News Foundation estimated the UK independent news sector's total revenue at £20 to £40 million. In the same year, my lords, take note that Google and Meta generated an estimated £16.1 billion in UK advertising revenue. Imagine, contemplate that contrast in resources. And according to Press Gazette, the overall digital advertising market in the UK grew this year. But none of the fresh spoils, my lords, will go to the publishers working diligently to inform the public. Undoubtedly, my lords, this system must be remedied. With certain amendments and considerations, I believe this bill can sit among a much-needed set of holistic interventions. It can help introduce sustainability to the news industry and in particular help the independent online news sector survive and flourish, because in many, many instances they're providing local news content to local communities. So I believe the bill should allow the CMA to use the final offer mechanism more flexibly and earlier in the regulatory process, reduce the potential to politicise regulation by limiting the vast oversight powers given to the Secretary of State over the Digital Markets Unit, allow for countervailing benefits to users to be considered at the many consultation and investigation stages of regulation, instead of being used as the get-out-of-jail-free card by the tech giants. Promote a competitive and pluralistic UK press by instructing the CMA to consider citizens' rights as it regulates the digital marketplace. Ensure as many actors as possible can trade with SMS firms on fair and reasonable terms by mandating transparency with the regulator and, when appropriate, the market. Ensure that the expanded merits-based appeal to penalties imposed on SMS firms does not undermine appropriate regulatory decisions made after due process at earlier stages in the new framework. And I hope the noble Lord the Minister, in responding, will reflect on some of those suggested proposals for amendments in this sector and consider bringing those forward at committee or, failing that, at report stage. I believe, my Lords, such amendments would enable and bring an improvement to the bill and put certain checks in place in respect of the big tech companies and provide for that better regulation of them which is urgently required. I would urge the Minister, finally, to reflect on those proposals and provide answers and some direction about the next steps from the Government in terms of the legislation.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the noble Lady Ritchie of Downpatrick, and I declare my interest as set out in the Register, Advisor to the AI Ethics Institute, Oxford, Digital Future Centre, LSE, and Chair of Five Rights Foundation. My Lords, like other noble lords, I welcome the bill. I think I can claim to be an enthusiastic advocate for democratic oversight of the power of tech, corporations, their products, services, and the externalities on society. And while my own primary focus is on the detail of the regulatory regime brought forward by the Online Safety Act and the opportunities and problems of the upcoming Data Protection and Digital Information Bill, this Digital Market Competition Bill represents an enormously important piece of the puzzle of digital regulation. And I would say to the noble Viscount, the Minister, I hope he's recognised the warm glow of agreement across the House that we put to such very good effect during the Online Safety Bill, and that we will have a similar outcome during the passage of this bill.
Hear, hear.
My Lords, one aspect of working on digital regulation is that however fundamental it is to the lives and outcomes of UK citizens, its importance is often obscured by language and concepts that very few people engage with. Hold over computer power, large or specialist data sets, automated decisions, synthetic information, and so on. Which means the debates, like the one we're having today, and the public discourse outside of His Lordship House are confined to small interest groups. And yet, I'm often struck by the number of times somebody raises with me the feeling of being forced into using certain products, the fierce hold over small businesses by the app stores and search, the powerlessness of creators, and the ubiquity and damage that fake reviews do to both legitimate business and unsuspecting consumers. Or they simply express the idea that the deal they thought they made is not the deal they actually got. My lords, any concentration of power is disfiguring of democratic societies, and ultimately consumers come to feel that asymmetry of power even if they cannot speak to it. The concentration of market power in the digital marketplace is no different. And here I want to make utterly clear that the tech lobby move to make consumer benefit the paramount criteria for exercising DMU judgment must be looked at in detail at committee. Consumers often have long-term interests that are vastly different to the shiny, superficial, short-term consumer gains so often trumpeted by the sector. Before the government published its amendments for report stage in the other place, I was asked what I thought of the bill by someone rather senior. And I replied, somewhat jokingly, that it depended almost entirely on how successful the tech sector lobbying over the summer had been. My lords, that is about the size of it. What the government put forward was a thoughtful and robust legislative proposal which sought to deploy greater nuance than similar proposals in other jurisdictions. And happily, while the worst of the lobbying has not materialised in the bill, I'm afraid it does remain the case that were the government to hold firm and set the final bar closer to where it was before report stage, then it would be rather better for it. And I would like to quote the noble Lady Baroness Stowell, who in an article in the Times said rather brilliantly, I thought, this is a bill the government got right the first time. It must not now second-guess itself. So, my lords, today I want to briefly raise a number of points that I'm sure we'll look at in great detail at committee stage, many of which have been raised by others, but I will try and do so rather quickly. Over the last decade, I have repeatedly seen regulators going toe-to-toe with companies with seemingly unlimited resources and fall back on advising, working with, taking on only the winnable action. The bill as it stands enforces many duties on the CMA to consult and consider representations during the course of its work. I do think that in the context of litigious companies with limitless cash, this encourages regulators fearing judicial review to consult on what the rules should be, rather than publishing their regime and inviting the sector to raise reasonable concerns. It is, my lords, the perfect route for regulatory capture, and I'm afraid I have seen it elsewhere. We are making the law, and the regulator, not the industry, should interpret Parliament's intent. And I wholly support and I practice high engagement with the sector, but a regulator must not be strung up by requirements such as those in clauses 6, 20, 114 and others. For the same set of reasons, I trust that the countervailing benefits clause at 29 will get the full power of scrutiny from His Lordship's House. It must not become a corridor by which strategic market status firms can avoid requirements set out by the bill. It is the statutory duty of CMA and DMU to promote competition. Surely in the digital context, it is those firms that hold the most power that we most want to regulate in order to allow a rich environment for challenger and growing businesses as well as consumer benefit. I strongly support the push from publishers, including small and independent publishers and groups like the Public Interest News Foundation, for the bill to be amended to include citizens' interest to be considered for competitive pluralistic press in this country. Such an amendment would align with the advice from the Digital Markets Task Force, which advised the government on the regime as the bill was being developed. And I think it would also send a strong and unequivocal signal that His Lordship House backs strong, independent journalism. I, like the Noble Lord Fox, have concerns about the unmet need for collective action, which is a problem across all our digital regulation. Digital is a complex area of law, and it's technical to prove wrongdoing and hard for a non-expert to know which law is being broken. Data, consumer, harms, IP, privacy, and so on. We did not get an adequate redress system in the Online Safety Act, and we will undoubtedly discuss it again during the passage of the DPDI bill. So I would like to ask the Noble Viscount, the Minister, if he would be open to discussing this in the round so that we can consider the needs for consumer to be supported across all the regimes. And I'm glad not to disappoint the Noble Lady Stow, because at the same time I would like to revisit the idea of a standing joint committee of Parliament on digital regulation to provide the parliamentary oversight on independent regulation, which the pre-legislative committee suggested during the passage of the Online Safety Bill, Online Safety Act, I'm happy to say. And finally, I was actually going to mention the full merits appeal, but I thought that the Noble Lord Vasey spoke so beautifully to that, as did the Noble Lord Lansley and the Noble Lady Baroness Stow. So if I could just associate myself with their words and say that I'm very much looking forward to working with Noble Lords across the House on the bill, and say that I have learned a great deal during the course of this debate.
It's a great joy to follow the outstanding words of the Noble Lady Baroness Kidron. I should declare that make my declaration as the chairman of Historic England and as a member of the board of the Ashmolean Museum. And like everybody else, I support much of the intention of this bill, but I'm going to confine myself narrowly to the topic that's been raised multiple times on the charities point by my noble friend Lord Vasey. And I take my noble friend Lord Kamal's point about perhaps not all charities operate their processes with the most benign of intentions. But I think we do have to be careful about additional regulation placed on charities already regulated by the Charity Commission. And I really want to talk about this because it's with special relation to the heritage sector. Because so many organisations in the heritage sector use the annual subscription method to fund memberships. And it's an incredibly important part of it. So if you look at Part 4, Chapter 2, Clause 252, the Noble Lord Etherton read out some of the definitions of what is a subscription contract. But it's clear that when charities sell these subscriptions, sell these memberships, they are providing a supply of goods and services. Sometimes it's free entry to places, sometimes it's parking, sometimes it's digital content or magazines. They are supplying stuff. They also look not unlike the things which can be defined as subscription traps. They involve auto-renewal. They involve people actually having to make a conscious effort to cancel. But they are such an important part of the operating models of charities. So, for example, if I can add some colour, the Noble Baroness Bennett of Manor Castle mentioned her favourite charity being English Heritage. The English Heritage Trust was established just in 2016 under its sort of new name, its new incarnation as a subsidiary of Historic England. It is a charity, and it holds the licence to care for and look after the National Heritage Collection, our stuff, if you like. 400 sites, dozens of museums, 1 million objects from Dover Castle up to Hadrian's Wall and including Stonehenge. Its revenue, when I looked at the accounts, is £130 million a year. Of that, 48 million, almost 40% of its revenue is membership income. So if you fiddle with that, it could be very, very significant indeed. And of course, what they do is if they make a surplus, all of the surplus goes back into the restoration and maintenance and improvement of the National Heritage Collection. There is also the point that many noble lords have made about gift aid, and there is a threat to that because, as we've heard, the HMRC treats these kinds of subscriptions as donations. But if there's a repayment option in a donation, it no longer qualifies for gift aid. And again, that is a really big number. So if you look at the National Trust revenues last year were 682 million, very significant. Of that, 276 million, about 40% again, were memberships. Of that, £47 million relates to gift aid. So it's a non-trivial part of an operating model for a lot of these heritage organisations. And as my noble friend Lord Vasey said, it applies to all sorts of others, like Kew Gardens or my own museum, the Ashmolean. So I would hope that when this goes to committee stage, we can find a way, subject to my noble friend Lord Kamal's point, of working on either the definition of a subscription contract or, as my noble friend, the noble Lord, Lord Etherton said, to add charities to the excluded contract section in clause 253 in Schedule 20. So I hope my noble friend the Minister finds a way of coming back to us with an answer on this question, because it's so important to the operating model of so many organisations, heritage organisations, museums, theatres, up and down the country. It's a non-trivial point. Thank you.
My Lords, it's such an honour and privilege to follow such distinguished noble lords as speakers. This digital era is regarded a miracle century of advancement. COVID lockdown fastened us all to Zoomies, connecting with not just our loved ones, but also the world of work and businesses. The larger monopolies arrived at our e-doors, expanding every conceivable means of services, including, of course, health and well-being, education, and internet shopping, on a scale beyond any predicted forecast. In many zillions of our homes around the globe, a device became the best childminder for 5 minutes apiece. And in turn, 4- and 5-year-olds became the best of tutors for countless reluctant grandparents who are now just as hooked on sharing every aspect of their thoughts and live events, including my mother, 84-year-old as well. These interactions online raises many aspects of our consumer rights and protection, which is how do we regulate a global phenomenon that is in every environment we occupy. My Lords, as I said, I do not possess technical prowess that many other noble lords and expertise that many other noble lords have. However, I do welcome the determination of this bill to ensure scrutiny of the digital economy. So my intervention is based on a desire to play my part and to safeguard consumer rights and protection, and would suggest that government will need to be ready for frequent reviews of what is a very fast evolving spectrum of platform and businesses. I also acknowledge the immense contribution of the digital market revolution to our economy, and simultaneously worry of its capacity to develop advanced weaponry, the power of which is playing out on our screens to devastating impact on human beings on the battlefield of war. Therefore, I feel the imperative of setting benchmark and standard, as well as codes of ethics in managing new digital products and services, is an imperative. I have also been enthralled by the potential of digital advancement for good of public, for example, in advancing communication. Of course, no one better than Lord Holmes, Noble Lord Holmes, who could have explained some of the aspects, but for me, particularly for people with disabilities, the advent of technology-assisted learning has indeed empowered so many, including my own son. especially children and the elder generation. Such examples are a minutiae amongst the millions of the range of applications which are being constantly developed. Lately, I have immersed myself in a number of work streams arising from my role as co-chair of Metaverse and Web3 All-Party Parliamentary Group, and I have actively engaged with stakeholders, including the developers who are leading various aspects of technology development, including cybersecurity, digital currency, AI, and workforce development. Hence, I'm taking this second reading opportunity to raise matters related particularly to consumer protection, but also to highlight the need for widening access and diversity of those leading digital market innovation, as we must take action to remedy the deficit in the education and skills of our workforce. May I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the former Minister, Paul Scully, who worked tirelessly with a number of us in this arena to reach out to businesses and organizations that are not often inside the radar of this government, or any government for that matter, who is much respected for his championing diverse workforce. And I also want to thank Mr. Charlie Coleman from the library for meeting with me very late last night. My Lords, the government proposes the Digital Market Competition Consumer Bill will compel dominant digital platforms to trade fairly with the wider industry sector as well as the consumers. The proposed new regime is to be overseen and enforced by the Competition and Market Authority digital market units, and the legislation gives DMU the ability to ensure people and businesses, regardless of its size, are treated fairly by tech firms, and assume the result will be lower prices on online services, goods, giving greater informed choices and control to consumers. No doubt the committee stage will improve some of the shortcomings and strengthen the bill. As it is, this is difficult to comprehend, given the fact that Google, Apple, Meta, Amazon, and Microsoft continue to dominate the profit ledgers and dwarf control over advertisement and content. It is self-evident what consumers view and experience are determined by often unknown practitioners who design the content, messaging we are allowed and forced to view. Given the confined parameter of product development and services, how does the regulator determine fairness, prices, quality, or equity, never mind social justice and safeguarding consumers? I wonder what assessment the government has made about the number of small and independent entrepreneurs and how they can be assisted to compete with the likes of controlled monopolies such as Google, Meta, Amazon, to maintain fair competition and choice for the consumers. Regardless, we know that the appetite and demand for online services and goods have soared, reportedly increasing the number of adults shopping online 53 to 87% within a space of a year, resulting inevitably, the increased level of concerns raised by individuals and SMEs, many of whom have experienced unsafe online interaction and digital trading, which suggests that consumer rights and protection is adversely ineffective. Equally significant is the content of advertising and news material on Google and Meta platforms, which are impossible for SMEs to contest the big platforms. Hence, the question of balance would be difficult to evaluate unless there is adequate level of financial resources, capacity of expertise, and strong representation of consumer advocates within the regulatory structures. Concerns have been raised by some organizations, including those who are bilingual, and the public interest news Federation, who says, and I quote, "Shrouding all commercial agreements stuck under shadow of new regulatory framework in secrecy will leave small resource-strapped independent publishers at a disadvantage compared with the large corporate counterparts. This would create yet another competitive imbalance in the legislation that is designed to remedy an anti-competitive market." I close the quote. The question is, can I ask how the government intends to secure that the authorities given to CMA will guarantee consumer protection and transparency in its pursuit of unfair and anti-competitive advantages held by leading monopolised companies, as stated? My Lords, it is not all terrible news. Good news that UK remain a destination of choice for investors. And as Noble Lord the Minister himself said, we boast holding Europe's largest numbers of unicorns. And more music to my ears is the exponential growth of startup investing, which demonstrate confidence in UK economies, with expectation of driving economic growth of additional 41 billion by 2025. Therefore, there has been a huge excitement about the potential of AI technology, robotics, metaverse, Web3, all of which cannot function in a silo and require clarity from the government and an overall strategic planning that incorporates new components of digital market and technological evolution. As Lord Fox reminded us, big techs have already encircled the AI envelopes. I agree with the Noble Lords that if we get this right, then UK can indeed lead a holistic approach to a digital platform and economy, no matter who is in the government. My Lords, I should take this opportunity also to say something about the potential impact of the metaverse, and I'm not referring to the one-man band of Meta and its proposed construction of an online world, including depicting history as it sees fit. Here lies the problem in regulating market of new products and content. And as examples, who decide what is content, what content is appropriate for public consumptions? For instance, on colonization, slavery, the Elgin Marble, or within the wide range of services being developed within metaverse space. And if we abide to the current status quo, then how will any regulator position itself vis-à-vis many contention that history is littered with biased information, when it is clear that alternative, smaller platforms do not have the massive resources to create or challenge current trajectory of opinions and content, which seems to be supported by a handful of individuals that control media outlets and governing institutions, which as a collective set out a specific narrative on any given subject, even if that account is deemed inaccurate and false in others' point of view, held by vast numbers of consumers, for instance. Thus, big techs with large pockets and capacity will continue to mark out profits of billions, whilst ignoring the need for a more conscious and inclusive content and services. My point is that I do fear little changes may result as a result of this legislation to address the issue on perceived bias. The hope on the horizon is the new transition to Web3 metaverse with promise of personal data ownership and control. According to PwC, Goldman Sachs, amongst others, suggesting economic benefits will yield multiple billions to many economies around the world. In fact, the APPGs, our APPGs, which I've co-chaired for the last 18 months, has undertaken some work led by Professor Fernandez of Durham University, who has examined the economic impact of the metaverse-related technology by regions in line with government's levelling up agenda, particularly cites the east of England as the powerhouse positioned to support development and research of the metaverse and Web3 technology. Here too we need to guard against anti-competitive structures, and whilst encouraging innovation, there is urgent need to empower all parts of our region with emerging prospect of jobs and training in this sector. The APPG on Metaverse and Web3 program, including several evidence sessions with including women leaders in the sector, academics, and young people, many highlighted the disparities in access to high-quality equipment and internet connectivity, which was stark. There are many parts of our country where families and young people cannot simply afford the benefit of advantage which is technology enables. So therefore, data ownership is a promise from emerging Web3 technology. It is my view that it is also likely to remain a panacea and a purview of the elite organizations and institutions. The case in point is access to NHS health data, and I'm not sure what percentage of public actually access their own personal data, but we know that huge amount of data is already in circulation, bought and sold between companies and corporate organizations, owned and transferred many times over. And what difference will this legislation make to that data ownership? My Lords, choices and informed decision-making, whether goods or services or sharing data online, must be in the forefront of any legislation which intends to promote innovation whilst protecting consumers. And there are significant gaps in achieving proper safeguards for our citizens in relation to protecting data within NHS and the welfare system. Informed consent must be an absolute priority, and in the event of any breaches of consumer trust, every user must have a clear pathways for seeking information, appealing decisions. In the event of any negligence, reparation should be embedded. My Lords, embedding consumer protection, structured penalties and redress within the digital economy landscape would instill community confidence that consumer rights is indeed government's uppermost priority. This bill must shift the power balance in favour of our citizens as consumers. Only then can this new frontier of digital market provide absolute certainty of consumer protection.
My Lords, I welcome the aspiration of this bill, in particular its stated intent to make provision relating to the protection of consumer rights and to confer further such rights and for connected purposes. The focus of my speech today is narrow. It is addressed only on one topic and one clause, namely Clause 126. After second reading, it is my intention to move an amendment which goes further than the provisions of that clause, and I've given notice of that to the Government. This is about achieving effective access to the courts. This is of real importance to consumers and businesses who have to fight large entities to recover just compensation. Let me explain. As the explanatory notes tell us, Clause 126 was introduced by the Secretary of State to overturn, with retrospective effect, a decision of the Supreme Court handed down on the 26th of July of this year in cartel litigation known colloquially as PACAR. The effect of the Supreme Court's decision is to render unenforceable third-party litigation funding agreements, which I shall refer to hereafter as LFAs. Clause 126 makes a start at putting this right, but it should and could go further, and that's what my amendment will be aimed at. The Supreme Court, having rendered unenforceable these third-party litigation funding agreements, which are entered into by claimants with third-party funders who finance litigation in return for the right to recover payment, often set as a percentage of the damages recovered. Such third-party funders have no say in the litigation and are ring-fenced from tainting its management. The lawyers are paid, win or lose, by the funder, and so can take a detached view when advising their clients. Contrary to the views of most of those who practice in this area, and indeed the view of the decision of the Competition Appeal Tribunal, CAT, and later the Divisional Court, the Supreme Court in PACAR held that if an LFA is to be enforceable by the funder, it must comply with the damages-based agreement regulations of 2013. These regulations were introduced to regulate contingent fee agreements between claimants and their lawyers, providing litigation services, not funding arrangements with third-party funders. Unfortunately, it's quite clear now that almost all current, if not all current LFAs do not comply with the regulations, so they are and will be unenforceable unless something is done about it. That is because the funders, and indeed most lawyers, considered that simply to provide funding was not to provide claims management services and didn't bring them within the regulations. The Supreme Court, however, determined otherwise, for reasons I need not explain, but I wouldn't challenge. That has serious ramifications for existing and future claims. So the 2013 regulations were not drafted with LFAs in mind. Lawyers were the target, not funders. So it is hard, if not impossible, I'm told, to structure compliant LFAs for use between a funder and client. This bill offers an excellent opportunity to put things right, but so far it does not go anything like far enough. Correction is necessary because an essential element, as we all know, of encouraging competition in a free market is to ensure that consumers and SMEs and other businesses have effective means to challenge and address and obtain redress from cartels and others who abuse dominant positions. That requires effective access to justice, particularly, but not always, in the CAT. Indeed, back in 2014, on November the 3rd, the then Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State, Baroness Neville Rolfe, said in this House at the committee stage of the Consumer Rights Bill something which demonstrates that the government favoured LFAs over damages-based agreements. She said, and I quote, "There is a need for claimants to have the option of accessing third-party funding so as to allow those who do not have a large reserve of funds or those who cannot persuade a law firm to act pro bono to be able to bring a collective action case in order to ensure redress for consumers. Blocking access to such funding would result in a collective actions regime that is less effective." And she added, "Restricting finance could also create a regime which was only accessible to large businesses. This would weaken private enforcement in competition law, which is, of course, not the government's wish or intention." That was what was said in 2014, and that is what is clearly stated in the long title to this bill. So the government supported the use of such litigation funding agreements in the sort of litigation which we are concerned with this bill. Competition law cases, such as MasterCard or the claims against Google, are obvious examples. The group actions in such cases are plainly necessary if consumers are to have effective access to justice, and giant organisations are to be made to behave themselves. But group actions also have to be brought in the High Court, not just in the CAT. They have to be brought in respect of matters in the High Court which do not meet the criteria for an action in the CAT. These are necessary for individuals to obtain redress where a powerful entity has caused damage to those who, again, cannot individually contemplate litigation. A claim against a car company cheating on diesel emissions is a classic example, but it need not be the only example. So claimants' rights as consumers are plainly involved. Group litigation is their only practical means, and they have to be funded by third-party funders. Bringing this speech to conclusion, the key issue is that the PACAR ruling, the ruling of the Supreme Court, affects LFAs in all courts, not just in the CAT, and not just as this amendment, as this clause 126 is designed, in so-called opt-out cases. You need it for opt-in cases as well. In fact, such funded cases throughout the court system, particularly in the High Court, make up the majority of cases that litigation funding supports. CAT cases are just the tip of the iceberg, I'm told. While the current Clause 126 goes a little way. It will put matters right for so-called opt-out cases. It will not help in opt-out cases, nor in conventional bi-party litigation, one larger against one small. And a small company fighting Apple won't be able effectively to go to a funder. Worse still, in the High Court, outside the CAT, in, for example, drug damages litigation or the diesel emissions litigation, the exhaust emissions litigation to which I referred, current Clause 126 will achieve nothing. Claimants will have no effective access to litigation funding agreements, and many cases already in the pipeline face considerable problems. It's necessary, therefore, to restore what I would say was the government's original 2013-14 intention, which was for litigation funding agreements not to be subject to the damages-based agreement regulations. So Clause 126 needs to be redrafted, it needs to be expanded, or will not meet these important issues. This is critical to provide certainty, effective access to justice, to protect and expand consumer rights, the Bill's stated aim. I've provided a draft to my noble friend the Minister, and I will be happy to engage with him and his team.
My Lords, it's always good to be able to start a speech with the words, "This is a good bill," and I'm not the only person to have used those words all the way around the chamber. It's an unusual situation and very welcome. It's also getting to the point of the evening when it's quite difficult to say anything that hasn't been said several times before. I'm going to try to avoid repeating what has been said. I may find myself not managing that, partly because I'm sure the Noble Viscount will have spotted there's a very high level of consistency of theme emerging on all sides of the chamber, and so it is quite difficult to avoid making some of the same points, but I'll try and do so briefly. The various ways in which the large tech platforms can stifle competition have been well described by many noble lords, including the noble Lord Minister at the outset, so I'm not going to repeat that. Part 1 of the bill empowers the Digital Markets Unit of the CMA to tackle the monopolistic behaviour of companies with strategic market status, with a quicker, more flexible, tailored approach and more efficient regime. And it should make it easier for new, innovative companies to enter the market on a fair basis. So far, so excellent. It's a shame, then, that the government has chosen to amend its own bill in ways that may water down the effectiveness of Part 1. This has been alluded to by people from all around the chamber, and I'm sure we're going to have a lot of discussions on those matters as the bill progresses through its stages. But just very quickly to touch on the matters that are worrying me most. Firstly, it seems entirely wrong and to conflict badly with the CMA's independence that any guidance issued by the CMA regarding the exercise of its functions relating to digital markets must first be approved by the Secretary of State. And worse, there's no time frame or process for obtaining such approval. I do think that's inappropriate. I can see a case for a defined period of consultation, but approval, I think, goes too far. Why did the government decide that was required? Secondly, again, as we've heard several times, the government has potentially weakened the ability of the DMU and CMA to implement and enforce rulings quickly by introducing a countervailing benefits exemption, proportionality restrictions, and watering down the judicial review appeal process. The danger here is that these individually or together may provide an anti-competitive SMS entity with more ways to bog down the process in appeals and so delay implementation of any enforcement. And in such a fast-moving market, speed and agility is critical. Anything that delays the enforcement of a ruling could be the difference between a new entrant's success or failure. We're talking about some of the world's biggest companies here with extremely deep legal pockets. Moving on to Part 4 of the bill, which is the area that covers the consumer protections. This introduces some really welcome additions to consumer protection law, especially around subscription contracts, which I'll come to. But I don't really think these go far enough, and there are some quite important omissions in what the government has proposed. Others have already pointed out, for example, the omission from the bill of fake reviews. This is a really important area. And I look forward to hearing from the Noble Viscount what the government is actually planning in regards to that. I know they're consulting, but I'd like to understand what they're planning on doing in respect to fake reviews. The other area that the bill doesn't tackle is the more difficult question of drip pricing. This is perhaps a more nuanced area. There are genuine benefits to consumers from disaggregating pricing of core and non-essential elements of a service, such as an airline ticket. Those who are prepared to travel without an assigned seat, with no luggage and so on, clearly do benefit. But that's different for a parent and child, for example, for whom sitting together is essential. Although, having said that, I think I can think of a number of occasions when I'd have paid really good money to sit at the other end of the aeroplane from my children. I hope Ryanair are not listening. It might give them ideas. There are those companies who push drip pricing too far, hiding unavoidable charges or fees for essential elements, commissions, and so on until the very end of the process. And that's clearly unacceptable. A well-known train booking company does this, for example, as do event ticket sellers regularly. You get to the end of the process, you're bought into going to see what that particular concert is. It's really too late to turn around, and suddenly they hit you with all the fees and whatever at the end. It's time that real action was taken to ensure fairness and transparency, and this bill would seem to be the ideal opportunity for that. And then on to subscription traps. As I say, the bill introduces some welcome changes that will help consumers, but I don't think they go far enough. That said, I do have some issues about the cooling off period. I'm not sure that that's necessarily the best way of doing it, but as a point of principle, it can't be right for businesses to deliberately design subscription arrangements that rely on forgetfulness or on making it difficult to cancel to make their money. For subscriptions that involve a free or reduced period up front, I believe that the contract should end by default unless actively renewed at the end of that initial period. It's too easy at the moment to join a free trial and then find yourself locked in because you forgot to cancel on the due date. And that's probably remains true even with the reminders that this bill introduces. Secondly, it's often too difficult to actually find the end date of a subscription. I've been looking at my home broadband contract recently, for example, and I ended up having to ring them up because I couldn't find the end date anywhere in any of the account details. And the bill will require a reminder as the end date nears, which is welcome. But it's often helpful to be able to find the date well in advance. For example, if, in my case with the broadband, you've got a new and a better service becomes available, and you want to know when you will be able to make that transfer. Why not insist that the end date is included clearly on every invoice or other piece of correspondence? That doesn't really add any great burden. Companies seem to be able to do it easily enough if they're pushing you to upgrade. But it would make things a lot easier for the consumer to find out at any time when the contract is going to terminate. There's also another pernicious trend that seems to be emerging, especially amongst telecom providers, for longer 2-year contracts. Now that may be fine, but there's often a very small print price kicker where periodically, and often on a fixed date, such as the 31st of March, the price rises by significantly more than inflation. And that can happen within a short period of entering the contract. For example, if you sign up in March, you can actually get hit by that price kicker within a couple of weeks of signing the contract. And these price hikes are often hidden with an asterisk and a footnote in small print. I looked at my own provider this morning, and it's down at the very bottom of the page. It says legal stuff, and in there's a sentence that says it'll go up by 3.9% over inflation on the 31st of March. That's not acceptable, my lords. And finally, on subscriptions, it can't be right that companies should be able to continue to take subscriptions for services that are clearly not being used after the initial period has come to an end. I'd suggest that if a service has not been used for 3 months after the initial contract period has ended, it should be terminated automatically unless the subscriber actively confirms that it should continue. It's not acceptable to just rely on the fact that the subscriber has forgotten and said nothing if there's no use of the service. And finally, and at the risk of being predictable, I'm going to put in a word on fraud, which I don't suppose will surprise anybody. One of the biggest risks that consumers face at the moment are online and digital scams. And in particular, and those tend to arise from, the majority of them arise from the telecoms industry or from the online services industry. And and this is particularly where we've got scammers using the services of these organisations to make contacts and to create the scam. This, I think, is a missed opportunity in this bill, and I hope it's one that we will come back to. So overall, it's a good bill, but I think there are areas we can improve it, and I look forward to working with everyone to do so.
My Lords, it's a privilege to follow the Noble Lord Vaux in his really detailed and insightful analysis of my old industry of telecoms, amongst other things. I'm sure my noble friend the Minister is pleased, as I rise as the last backbench speaker, to say I support this bill. I should declare my interest. I'm never quite sure, my Lords, when I should and shouldn't declare my relationship with my husband in the other place. But as he was so fully quoted in the Lord's briefing, I feel I should just reference that my husband tends to lead on competition issues in our family, and I lead on digital things in our family. So this bill brings us together. I do strongly support this bill. I think, as many noble lords have said this afternoon, this evening, it has the potential to really drive innovation, to drive investment, and to bring immediate consumer benefits. And so we should all be warmly supporting it. I'm also pleased to see it finally here. I'm going to speak primarily and very briefly, I hope, to part one, to the competition elements. Large companies the world over try to persuade us that investment and competition are a trade-off. Time and time again, we've seen that that is actually not the case. Now, I come to this with the experience of running a challenger telco in an ex-ante competition regime. Large incumbents very rarely create real innovation. They do spend a huge amount of money on it, and they're very proud of telling us how much money they spend on it, but big leaps of innovation very rarely come from the incumbents. That's the first thing that's true of almost all of these markets. The second thing is that they spend even more money protecting their oligopoly or their monopoly. Now, I think it was Nicholas Schenstrom, who was one of the founders of Skype, who originally made this quote. And I think he said something like, the thing about monopolies is they're like children. If you don't have any, you don't really understand what the fuss is all about. But once you have one, you will do everything in your power to protect them. And we should have no illusions, my lords. That is what big tech is doing in the passage of this bill. It's not wicked and evil, it's entirely rational. If you have an oligopoly or a monopoly, you will protect it to the end. Now, digital is no different to every other market where these forces are at play. We have exactly these two forces. Innovation isn't coming from the incumbents. OpenAI, not an incumbent. Many noble lords have referenced Google, the original innovator against the incumbent Microsoft. So we shouldn't allow ourselves to be deceived by the big sums of money incumbents spend on innovation to believe that the digital innovation is going to come from them. Equally, we should really recognise how much power they will bring to bear to try and protect their existing monopolies. The Noble Lord Fox and the Noble Lord Knight both gave such erudite descriptions of both the theory and the practice of what's happening there that I won't go and repeat them, except to say that it is a pleasure to be back working with them together, as we all did on the Online Safety Act. Digital is different, though, in a couple of ways. Firstly, it tends to network monopolies in an extraordinary way. Partly because the companies in it that succeed make so much money. The leveraging principle is alive and well as they acquire every little start-up around them to leverage the monopoly they've already got. And the second thing that's very different to other markets with network monopolies is the speed at which these things happen. And the third is how interconnected and complex the digital architecture is. All of this means that it's really important that we understand how the package of measures in this bill are going to work. It will be in the fine technical detail that we have to descend if we're going to make sure that we really do balance these forces that are against real innovation and real competition. And I would say, as my noble friend Baroness Stoll said, actually I feel that the government got the balance right in the original bill, that was the Goldilocks spot. And I'm sad, actually, that we're all here today, and virtually every speaker has said the same thing, my lords, that we've moved slightly off the Goldilocks spot, and that every one of the changes that was brought in at report stage in the other place moved the bill towards the power of big tech and made it just a little bit harder for the regulator to do their job. So, I will list, I'm afraid, the same concerns as many noble lords have said. The full merits appeal, move for fines, the Secretary of State's approval of all guidance, the removal of indispensable from clause 29 to C, the leveraging principles, the benefits for consumers, the wording in clause 19, the lack of third-party consultation rights, which means the little guy doesn't get a fair shout in a JR process. All of these are ones that I think we're going to need to look at in some considerable detail as we go through committee. And I just want to briefly speak on the first one, which is the full merits appeal for fines. I've run a little business in a full judicial review world, in a judicial review plus world, and in a full merits world. In fact, I had a great row with my regulatory director at TalkTalk when Ofcom was consulting on moving away from full merits to the JR standard. And the regulatory team at TalkTalk thought that he might win a full merits appeal. And because they had in the past won one in 5 years. And so they didn't like the idea of giving up that. And my chairman and I at the time had to overrule them and say, we might be able to fight one of those battles in the next 5 years, but British Telecom, BT, will fight every single one, maybe 20 a year. And our pockets aren't deep enough. We just don't have the money. It's hugely tempting to believe that you'll get to a better answer by full merits, but I'm afraid my experience is you don't. What you do is you tie everything up, so whoever benefits from things going slowly wins, whoever has the deepest pockets wins, and whoever's willing to take the risk to keep appealing again and again and again. And what that does is it shifts the regulator's risk appetite, because they don't have unlimited pockets, they don't have unlimited time, and they can't afford to keep losing. So that means that actually the decisions they take, the action they choose to even begin, is reduced simply because of the scale of the appeals risk. And I really don't understand why tech companies, alone amongst network monopoly owners, really are at risk of having their fines calculated incorrectly, in comparison with telcos, water companies, electricity businesses, all of whom live in an ex-ante regulatory regime with a JR standard for fines. So I'd be really keen to understand why we think tech exceptionalism needs to be added back into the bill. So I'm conscious of time. I won't take much longer, my lords. If I pull us right back up to look at the competition elements of the bill in the round, I do think that this is really important. It's tempting, in the evening, the small number of us who appear for all of these debates on digital. As the noble Lady Kidron said again so eloquently, the danger is people don't realise how important this is. I do think that this bill could be every bit as important as the very original antitrust legislation in the US at the turn of the century, the 19th, 20th century. It is that important that we get this right. And we, my lords, I think are quite well suited to going through the detail. So rather than ask my noble friend the Minister to respond on specifics today, I just really would ask him to reassure us that he will enter into committee stage in the same spirit that many of us worked together on the Online Safety Act, recognising that we are trying to find that Goldilocks spot, and that that's going to require us to really understand not just each individual issue, but how the issues interrelate. Because the danger is that the pressures on large tech companies to influence, to weaken the regime, will enable them to play the game against us rather too well. And they just chip away on one or two issues, and before you know it, you don't have a landmark piece of competition regulation. You actually have something that none of us can remember from the 19th century when monopolists were doing rather well before antitrust legislation came in. So that's why I think this really matters, my lords. And very, very briefly, I will just add my words to the concerns about the subscription clauses. As the noble Lord Vaux said, I do think it's really important that we protect consumers in this space. It looks like we've got something wrong on gift aid, judging by the number of people who've been emailing all of us. I think we've also got something wrong in the way that app developers work with the app stores. The app stores control subscriptions, and there's a real risk that once again we're putting the responsibility on the app developers and not recognising that really the consumer needs to be able to cancel the actual subscription that Apple controls. So I think we're going to need to look at those in some considerable detail, otherwise we will have all these brilliant intentions and the legislation won't actually deliver what people need it to.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to, as it always was with the online safety bill, it always seemed to be the case to follow the noble Baroness Harding, especially with her advocacy, her great advocacy of the power of competition, my Lords. And I think that passionate belief in competition, I think, is something that unites us all around the House today. First of all, my Lords, I declare an interest as a consultant to DLA Piper and as the chair of the Trust Alliance group, which runs the Energy and Ombudsman services. My Lords, can I first of all thank the Minister, the Noble Lord Offord, for what I thought was a very comprehensive introduction and really set the scene for the bill, my Lords. But as my noble friend has said, we very much welcome the bill broadly. It's an overdue offspring of the Furman Review, and along with so many noble lords around the House, he gave very cogent reasons, given the dominance that big tech have and the inadequate powers our competition regulators have had in the past to tackle them. But, my Lords, it's absolutely clear around the House that there is a great appetite for improving the bill. I mean, I've knocked around this House for a few years, my Lords, and I've never heard such a measure of agreement around the House at a second reading, my Lords. I say to the noble Lord Vaux, repetition is good. We seem to have repeated ourselves. In the Minister's notebook, I'm sure he's just got a list, agree, as we've gone forward, my Lords, on the bill. So I very much hope that he will follow the example that both he and the noble Lord Parkinson set, as the noble Baroness Kidron and the noble Baroness Harding have said, that they demonstrated on the online safety bill, and they will engage across and around the chamber with all those intervening today so that we really can improve the bill, my Lords. Now, I think it was very important that the noble Baroness Stoll reminded us that it's not just size that matters, it's about behaviour, it's about dominance, it's about market failure, market power, my Lords. I think we need to hold on to that. We need new flexible pro-competition powers and the ability to act ex ante and on an interim basis. Those are crucial powers for the CMA. And as we've heard from all around the House, the digital landscape, whether it's app stores, cloud services, and more, are dominated by the power of certain big tech companies, particularly in AI, as we go forward with massive expenditure on compute power, advanced semiconductors, large data sets, and the scarce technology skills forming a major barrier to entry where the development of generative AI is concerned. So we can already see the future, as the noble Lord Knight indicated, coming towards us, my Lords. And in that context, I very much welcome Ofcom's decision to refer the hyperscalers in cloud services for an investigation by the CMA. And also, my Lords, we do believe that the CMA and the DMU do have the potential capability to deliver the bill's aims. And I think we were reminded by the noble Lord Tyree about the real importance of, and the noble Lord Lansley, about the importance of the ability to implement the new legislative powers, my Lords. Unlike some other commentators, we do believe, as my noble friend says, that the CMA played a positively useful role in the Blizzard Activision-Microsoft merger. And it's crucial, as a number of noble lords, Lord Holmes, Lord Kamal, Baroness Stoll, and the noble Lord Tyree himself, very much emphasised that the CMA needs to be independent of government. There seemed all around the House there was a comment about the new powers of the Secretary of State, my lords, in terms of guidance, but also the accountability to Parliament is going to be absolutely crucial. And again, that was a theme that came forward, and we heard about the joint committee proposals that both the noble Baroness Stoll's committee had made and the joint committee on the online safety bill, my lords. So we need to ensure that that scrutiny is there, and we need to ensure, as the Communications and Digital Committee also said, that we need to ensure that the CMA DMU are well resourced and that it communicates its priorities, work programmes and decisions regularly to external stakeholders and Parliament, my lords. And of course, the common theme across the debate today has been, to mention individual noble lords, I'd have to mention almost every speaker in this debate, my lords, the bill must not be watered down. Now, my lords, in many ways, that means actually going back to the original form of the bill before it hit report stage in the Commons. And certainly we very much support that approach, my lords, whether it's on the standards, the merits approach to penalties, whether it's to do with the introduction of proportionality explicitly, or the question of deleting the indispensability test in the countervailing benefits provisions, my lords. We do believe, actually, quite apart from coming back on the report stage amendments, my lords, the bill could be further strengthened in a number of respects. And we should, in the light of the recent Open Markets Institute, be asking whether we're going far enough in limiting the power of big tech, my lords, and in particular, as regards the countervailing benefits exemption, as my noble friend says, using the argument of countervailing benefits, even if we went back to the report stage definition, my lords, must not be used by big tech as a major loophole to avoid regulatory action. And it's very clear that many noble lords believe that, especially in the light of those amendments, the current countervailing benefits exemption provides SMS firms with too much to evade conduct requirements. And I think the key thing, my lords, that unites us also is that even though, of course, we must be acting in the interest of consumers, this is not about short-term consumer welfare, my lords. It's about the longer-term interest of the consumer. That's a really important distinction that a number of noble lords around the House have made. And my lords, we believe that there should be pre-notification if a platform intends to rely on this exemption. The scope of the exemption should be significantly curtailed as well to prevent its abuse, in particular by providing an exhaustive list of the types of countervailing benefits SMS firms are able to claim. So, my lords, we would go further in limiting the way that the exemption operates. And, my lords, as regards strategic market status itself, one of the main strengths of the bill is, of course, its flexible approach. But the current 5-year period does not account for dynamic digital markets that will not have evidence of the position in the market in 5 years' time. So we believe, my lords, that the clause that the bill should be amended so that substantial and entrenched market power is mainly based on past data rather than a forward-looking assessment, and the latter is restricted to a 2-year assessment period. And the aspect of consultation was raised, my lords, and there should be much greater right to for the consultation of businesses that are not of strategic market status under the bill. Now, my lords, a number of noble lords also recognise the need for speed. It isn't just a question of making sure that the CMA has the necessary powers, they must be able to move quickly. And so, my lords, we also believe that the CMA should be given legal power to secure injunctions under the High Court timetable, enabling them to stop anti-competitive activities in days. And that would be an addition, my lords, to the powers that the CMA would have. We've heard all around the House from the Noble Lord Colville, from a number of other noble lords about the final offer mechanism affecting the news media, my lords. We believe that actually a straightforward levy on big tech platforms redistributed to smaller journalism enterprises would be a far more equitable approach. But in the context of the bill, we do need to consider the adoption for the CMA, as a number of noble lords have mentioned, of the equivalent of Ofcom's duty in the 2003 Communications Act to further the interests of citizens, so that it must consider the importance of an informed democracy and a plural media when considering its remedies, my lords. And the bill also needs, as my noble friend and many other noble lords said, noble Baroness Bennett, Colville, noble Lord Lansley, noble Lord Black, believe that we must make clear that platforms need to pay properly and fairly for content on benchmark terms and with reference to value for end users, and indeed seek permission for the content that they use. And that is becoming particularly important, as we also heard from a number of noble lords, as regards the large language models being developed currently, my lords. We also believe it's crucial that smaller publishers are not frozen out or left with small change, while the highly profitable large publishers scoop the pool, my lords. In the context of the Daily Telegraph ownership question and the mergers regime in the Enterprise Act, I hope, my lords, we will also deal with that as we go forward into committee stage, to make sure that the accumulation of social media platforms would be assessed beyond purely the economic perspective. Enterprise Act powers should be updated to allow the Secretary of State to issue a public interest notice seeking Ofcom's advice on digital media mergers, as well as newspapers, and at the lower thresholds proposed by the bill. My lords, there were questions relating to leveraging. We want to make sure that we have the right approach to that. It doesn't seem to be properly drafted in terms of allowing the CMA to prevent SMS firms from using their dominance in designated activities to increase their power in non-designated activities, my lords. So we do want to kick the tires on that, my lords. And then, of course, there are a great many consumer protection issues, my lords, which a number of noble lords have raised: fake clip reviews, the need for collective action. Noble Lord Etherton, Noble Lord Sandhurst. It's very important that we should allow collective action, not just on competition rights, but further, my lords, through consumer claims, data abuse claims, and so on. We should cap the costs for claimants in the Competition Appeals Tribunal, my lords, and I heard what the Noble Lord Sandhurst had to say on LFAs, which I think is highly relevant to that as well. Misleading packaging, my lords, and then, of course, nearly every Noble Lord mentions subscriptions. I don't think I need to point out to the Minister the sheer unanimity on the issue of subscriptions, and we need to get that right, my lords, because there's clearly support across the House for making sure we get those provisions right, but also protecting the income of charities. And then we have a whole host of things that we're no doubt going to be discussing on committee, my lords: mid-contract price rises, drip pricing, ticket touting, online scams, reforming ADR, my lords. My lords, we want to see this bill and the new competition and consumer powers make a real difference. But we believe we can only do this with some key changes being made to this bill, which are clearly common ground between us all, as we've debated today. My lords, we do look forward to next year, I can say that, next year's committee proceedings, which will, I hope, be very productive, my lords, if both ministers will it so.
Hear, hear.
My Lords, I think we've had an excellent debate with enormous expertise and some very powerful themes emerging from around the Chamber. And I look forward to exploring them in more detail once we roll up our sleeves and focus on the specifics during committee. However, it's already clear that we start from a common belief that the essence of this bill is important and necessary. And my Lords, I won't repeat the points very well made by my noble friend Lord Bassam about the history of delays and distraction. We could have had this bill on the statute book much sooner, but we have to deal with the reality of where we are now. And as noble Lords have said, the digital world is developing and expanding at an incredible pace, and the dominance of the major players continues to rise. So as a result, consumers and businesses feel increasingly powerless in the online market. And this bill has an important role to play in resetting the balance so that we can concentrate on the undoubted benefits that can accrue from greater innovation, access and competition in the sector. Of course, we still have an important role to play in scrutinising the bill. But, my Lords, our job has been made so much more difficult by the last-minute amendments tabled by the government. So I share the concerns of many noble lords have raised during the debate, because it does seem that the warm glow of agreement identified by Baroness Kidron has united us, but not quite in the way that the ministerial team might have hoped. Because I think there is considerable concerns about the latest amendments that have been tabled. And, my Lords, looking back at the evidence given during the committee stage from a wide range of stakeholders, it seemed that they were broadly happy with the basic architecture of the procedures, the conduct requirements and the appeal system set out in the original version of the bill. The main concern raised, if there was one, was the length of time it would take to complete the designation of strategic market status, including appeals. So I did listen carefully to the noble Lord Lawford's attempt at providing reassurance on the changes, but like many noble lords, I wasn't convinced as to why the government felt that these changes were really necessary. For example, we share the concerns from a number of noble lords about the late amendment to switch appeals against the CMA penalty decisions from a judicial review to a merits-based system. This is widely perceived as an attempt to water down the bill and opens the door to lengthy wrangling and long delays in finally resolving the issues. This goes against the overriding desire for these cases to be heard and resolved in a timely manner. My Lords, when asked about this issue in the Commons Committee hearing back in June, the CEO of the CMA made it clear that they wanted the JR standard applied to their decisions at appeal. She said, quote, "It's critical that the CMA faces effective judicial scrutiny for our work. This should go on the record. We think the JR standard achieves that." She went on to say that their experience of merits appeals is that they result in very protracted litigation, making it a lot harder to reach constructive collaborative outcomes because all eyes are on the litigation process. My Lords, we agree with this analysis, and I want to, like many noble lords, I will want to explore further at committee stage why the government felt this change to be necessary. My Lords, we also share noble lords' concerns about the watering down of the powers of the CMA through the countervailing benefits exemption, which would allow SMS-designated firms to argue that the benefits of their market domination outweigh the damage. This has been further weakened by the deliberate fudging of the definitions around consumer benefit. Similarly, the government's late amendment requiring the CMA to apply a proportionality test on conduct requirements gives a whole new raft of legal loopholes, which will no doubt, as we've heard in the debate, be exploited mercilessly by the vast legal companies employed to protect the big tech firms. My Lords, we don't believe these new amendments are necessary. They will drag down the work of the CMA and undermine its independence and tie it up in endless court battles. We will want to return to all these issues at committee. My Lords, in the Commons, our front bench also tabled an important amendment to improve the consultation rights of challenger firms when the CMA is investigating the strategic market status of big tech firms. As we know, challenger firms are those that are being squeezed out of the market by the anti-competitive actions of those that currently dominate the market. And we've heard numerous examples of these behaviours. For example, restrictions on booksellers having access to Amazon's listings, the prohibitive high charges to apps developers to appear on Apple products, and the domination on Google searches of those prepared to pay for the space. The challenger firms deserve the right to be formally consulted when a CMA investigation is taking place and to give evidence in any subsequent hearings. I hope we'll be able to work with government to be able to assure that those protections will be in place. My Lords, a great many noble lords have eloquently expressed the need for greater protection for intellectual property and content creators, which need to be at the heart of this bill. It's crucial we use this bill to defend our news media, whose content is routinely absorbed by digital platforms without compensation. And noble lords made the powerful case for tackling the platforms taking advertising revenue without investing in the original content. My lords, similarly, artists, publishers and broadcasters need to be paid properly and fairly. We believe an interest of citizen duty could widen the remedies available in the arbitration process and open the door to collective actions on cases such as this. And we will also want to ensure that the total value of repeat visits onto online sites is properly captured. My Lords, this is hugely important for the health of our creative economy and our access to informed journalism. We want to work with the government and colleagues to get this regime right. And we will want to explore the point made by my noble friend Lord Knight about who owns our personal data and whether we can get it back once it's been published. And we very much support the noble Lord Holmes and Baroness Udin's argument that we need greater accessibility and that needs to be designed as an essence into all online platforms. My Lords, I'm pleased that Noble Lord Etherton raised the need for the reform of alternate dispute resolution and the right of redress. We welcome the strengthening of ADR provisions, but we believe it could have gone further. ADR has the capacity to be a simple, low-cost way of consumers raising complaints and having an independent ruling by an ombudsman on a speedy form of redress. Unfortunately, the ADR landscape continues to be muddled and confused with multiple providers, lack of clear signposting, and refuse-knit companies who will not participate in the schemes. So we believe there's a strong case for single mandatory ADR providers to operate in each sector, and we will want to explore how this can be achieved in committee. And Baroness Hayman will be pleased to hear that we would also like to explore whether the right to redress should include the right to repair for electronic equipment with spare parts easily available, as happens in many other jurisdictions. My Lords, there are a number of specific consumer rights issues which were tabled in the Commons and to which we will want to return. Firstly, the issue of subscription traps, which has been raised by many noble lords today, and we don't feel that that wording in the bill as it currently stands goes far enough. There's a widespread problem, with Citizens Advice estimating that some £300 million a year is spent on unwanted subscriptions, often by those who can least afford them and with limited digital skills. And whilst I think we were all tempted by Viscount Colville's suggestion of a terminate now button, I do think that and having listened to the debate today, I'm beginning to realise how much more complicated this is. Because we have up till now argued that we want to have a provision for an opting in rather than opt out of renewals, and I still think there's a lot to be said for that principle. But I also think we need to recognise, as we've heard today, that it can't be a one-size-fits-all regime, and certainly the case that has been made on charity subscriptions and gift aid, for example, is one of those cases in point, but I know other noble lords have made other I think, powerful cases on all of that. Secondly, one of the most pernicious anti-competitive activities in the digital marketplace is fake reviews. This is damaging to a huge number of legitimate businesses in the UK, big and small. The government have made commitment that hosting fake reviews will be dealt with at a later date via Schedule 18. My Lords, we don't believe it's necessary to wait for action on this issue, and we will be tabling amendments to go on the face of the bill. Thirdly, and similarly, the government have recognised that drip pricing is an issue, but have not put it as an explicit banned practice on the bill. Drip pricing is where consumers are tempted into an online purchase by low advertised prices, only to find that the final price they have to pay is hugely inflated. And we've all fallen victim to this, with some notable sinners, such as the airline industry, who daily seem to find new and novel ways to increase the total ticket prices. The CMA have reported that enforcement against drip pricing is restricted by a lack of an explicit ban, so we will want to address this in the bill. Fourthly, I pay tribute to the work of my Commons colleague Sharon Hodgson on ticket touting in the primary and secondary online markets. It's proving more and more difficult to pay the standard advertised price for sports, concerts and festival tickets. The current legislation on this is not proving fit for purpose. We need stronger laws to tackle illegal ticket resale. The CMA gave evidence that when they tried to take Viagogo to court, they came up with inherent weaknesses in the existing consumer protection toolkit, and we will want to address this in committee. Finally, my Lords, Baroness Bennett and my noble friend Baroness Ritchie will be pleased to hear that we want to address the increasing propensity of firms to make extravagant claims about their environmental credentials through greenwashing. We will want to explore a specific prohibition in Schedule 19 on claims about environmental benefits or sustainable projects which are not based on evidence. We will also want to explore whether consumers misled on this basis could have the right of redress for goods and services which knowingly do not meet the supplier's claims. My Lords, I'm aware I haven't been able to cover all the issues, and I don't want to test the patience of the House any further. Many of these issues, as we've heard, have got cross-party support, and we hope that the government might favour our proposals, as we believe they will improve the bill. We want to get the bill onto the statute book as soon as practical, as it's long overdue. With this in mind, I would underscore to the government that any further attempts to water down the bill will be met by huge resistance. So I hope the noble Lord the Minister is able to confirm that the government have no further plans to do this, and I look forward to his response.
Right. Well, I thank all today's speakers for their eloquent, clear, and powerful contributions to the debate. It's been a fascinating debate of the very highest quality, and many thanks to all those who spoke. In particular, let me come back, a number of those who spoke, referring back to the Online Safety Act debates, referred to variants of the warm glow, and I'm absolutely delighted to participate in any such approach to the bill, as is my noble friend Lord Offord. I welcome very much the support shown for this legislation across the House, with, of course, the caveats gone into by many speakers. As my noble friend Lord Offord said in his opening speech, this is an important bill that will drive innovation, it will grow the economy and deliver better outcomes for consumers. So the debate we've engaged in today is demonstrative of noble Lord's desire to ensure that digital markets are competitive and work well, and that consumers are protected from the potential harms posed by anti-competitive and unscrupulous practices. Let me now respond to the questions raised, and I'll cut across a number of issues and a number of speakers as we go. So firstly, my noble friend Lady Stoll and the noble Lords Lord Bassam and Lord Clement Jones asked quite rightly if we are watering down the bill. And let me categorically say that is absolutely not the intention. The amendments at Commons report brought further clarity, and they will ensure the DMU's interventions are proportionate and drive the best possible outcome for consumers. So I do look forward to discussing this further during the bill's passage. Turning now to the appeal standard in the digital markets regime. This was raised by noble lords across the House, including my noble friends Lord Vasey, Lord Kamal, Lady Stoll, Lady Harding, Lord Black and Lord Lansley, the noble Lord Lord Bassam, the noble Lord Lord Clement Jones, and the noble Baronesses Lady Kedron, Lady Ritchie and Lady Jones. We have considered strong and differing views about appeals from a range of stakeholders. Judicial review remains the appropriate standard for the majority of the decisions in the regime, and we have maintained that for appeals of regulatory decisions, with additional clarification on the need for the Digital Markets Unit to act proportionately. Firms would already have been able to challenge decisions to impose interventions on the basis that they were disproportionate interferences with their rights under the European Convention on Human Rights. This amendment allows that challenge to happen under normal JR principles. Moving appeals on penalties to full merits brings the regime into line with the Enterprise Act of 2002. It will mean that, once a breach has been found, a firm could argue that the imposition of a penalty was not appropriate, the level of it was not suitable, or the date by which it should be paid needs to be changed. Turning to the countervailing benefits exemption raised by a number of noble lords, including Lord Bassam, Baroness Harding, Lord Vasey, Lord Lansley, Lord Clement Jones, Lord Fox, Lord Kamal, Lord Black, Baroness Stoll, Baroness Ritchie, Baroness Kidron and Lord Colville. And I see the point about themes. And let me reassure all noble lords that this is a further safeguard in the legislation to ensure that consumer benefits, which might have been unknown when conduct requirements were first introduced, can be recognised. The noble Lord Lord Bassam asked for an example of how this could work in practice. If an SMS firm bans an application on its platform, it might breach a conduct requirement not to apply discriminatory terms. The firm could claim that the ban was to protect users' security and privacy. Thanks to the exemption's high bar, the DMU would only close its investigation if the SMS firm provided sufficient evidence, such as an independent report from security experts. Firms will not be able to use the exemption to delay enforcement. Assessment of whether the exemption applies will take place during the enforcement investigation, which has a deadline of 6 months. The noble lords Lord Fox and Lord Bassam, and my noble friends Lord Vasey, Lady Harding and Lord Kamal, asked about the change to the indispensability wording. The change of the language is to clarify the exemption. It maintains the same high threshold and makes sure that consumers get the best outcomes possible, whether through the benefits provided or through more competitive markets. I want to thank the noble Lord Lord Tyree for his detailed analysis of the work of the CMA and his continued support for the legislation. The noble Lord raised the matter of proper scrutiny of the CMA, and I very much agree with him on the importance of this and look forward to continuing that conversation. The noble Lord Viscount Colville, the noble Lord Lord Clement Jones, and my noble friends Lady Stoll and Lord Kamal sought reassurance that requiring the Secretary of State to approve guidance would not cause delays. Government is committed to ensuring that approval is given in good time in order for the regime to be in place as soon as possible. Introducing a statutory timeline for this process would limit the government's ability to work collaboratively with the CMA. My noble friends Lord Holmes and Lord Vaux raised the importance of the independence of the regulator, and the noble Baroness Lady Kidron spoke about the risk of regulatory capture. I agree that this is an absolutely vital issue. The noble Lord Lord Bassam and my noble friend Lord Holmes asked about the resourcing and tools of the DMU, and I want to reassure them that the government has full confidence in the DMU's resourcing. There are currently around 70 people working in DMU roles, and we expect the DMU to be around 200 people in steady state. A number of noble lords, including my noble friend Lord Black, the noble lords Viscount Colville and Lord Clement Jones, and the Noble Baronesses, Lady Kidron, Lady Bennett, Lady Jones and Lady Ritchie, raised the importance of support for the press sector, with which I agree. The digital markets regime aims to address the far-reaching power of the biggest tech firms and help rebalance the relationship between those platforms and other businesses, including publishers. This will make an important contribution to the sustainability of the press that is so important in all aspects of our lives. The Noble Viscount Colville, the Noble Lords Lord Fox and Lord Black, and the Noble Baroness Lady Ritchie asked about the final offer mechanism and how this will work. The final offer mechanism is a backstop measure to help resolve sustained breaches of conduct requirements relating exclusively to fair and reasonable payment terms where other DMU tools are unlikely to resolve the breach in a reasonable time frame. Unlike the Australian and Canadian models, the final offer mechanism is not a standalone tool to force negotiations. It forms just one part of the DMU's holistic toolkit for promoting competition in digital markets. The DMU will be able to impose conduct requirements on the firm from day one of its designation, including requirements to ensure fair and reasonable terms. However, we recognise that some stakeholders may be concerned about SMS firms frustrating the process. Here, the CMA can seek to accelerate the stages before the final offer mechanism, making use of urgent deadlines on enforcement orders and significant financial penalties where appropriate. The Noble Lord Knight and the Noble Baronesses Lady Bennett, Lady Jones and Lady Udin asked if the regulator will have sufficient power to deal with imbalances in access to data. The answer is yes. These are exactly the kinds of issues that the DMU will be able to address. The Noble Lord Viscount Colville and the Noble Baroness Lady Udin asked about how the digital markets regime will address the rise of artificial intelligence. The regime has been designed to be tech-neutral, future-proof and flexible enough to adapt to changing digital markets. I'll now turn to questions raised today on the competition part of the bill. I note the interest from my noble friend Lord Sandhurst in the recent Supreme Court judgment on the status of litigation funding agreements, LFAs, and its potential impact on the ability to bring collective actions on behalf of consumers across the legal system. The government has urgently addressed the potential implications of the judgment on claims under competition law, and this has provided some much-needed certainty, we feel, to funders and claimants. I also note the interest from my noble friend and others across the House in extending this to all parts of the civil legal system. While I am advised that this bill is not the appropriate vehicle to deliver this aim, I can assure noble lords that the Ministry of Justice is actively considering options for a wider response. I'll now turn to the consumer part of the bill. Several noble lords, including my noble friend Lord Black, the noble lords Lord Vaux, Lord Clement Jones and Lord Bassam, and the noble Baroness Lady Jones, posed questions about the approach taken in the bill on subscription traps. The measures being taken forward are the ones which are necessary and proportionate to ensure consumers are treated fairly and understand what they're signing up to, while balancing further costs and regulatory burdens on businesses. A number of noble lords, and I hope noble lords will forgive me if I don't read out the full list, because there's far too many of them and might test everyone's patience, but raised concerns about potential unintended consequences for charities in relation to the new subscription rules, in particular their ability to claim gift aid. Donations to charities where nothing is received in return are not subject to the subscription rules. Generally, charities will only be in scope if they provide auto-renewing contracts to consumers for products and services in return for payment. This is consistent with other consumer protection laws. I can reassure the House that it is not the bill's intention to undermine access to gift aid. We are examining this issue closely and will provide a further update at committee. Many noble lords, including Lord Bassam and Lord Fox, raised other consumer harms such as drip pricing and fake reviews. The government has recently consulted on proposals to address these and other practices, and our upcoming consultation response will set out next steps. The noble Baroness Lady Benefit also mentioned misleading green claims. This is indeed an important issue, which we hope is already covered by existing regulations. I agree with the noble Baroness Lady Hayman and my noble friend Lord Holmes that the right to repair is important. The right to repair regulations, which came into force on the 1st of July 2021, address some of the issues she raised. My noble friend Lord Offord, as the responsible minister, would be happy to meet with her to discuss this further. My noble friend Lord Holmes raised concerns about Henry VIII powers, where the powers to amend primary legislation would permit major changes to the legislation concerned. They are subject to the draft affirmative procedure. I hope in wrapping up that I've responded to at least most of the points raised by noble lords today. I note there were other issues raised which I've not addressed, such as alternative dispute resolution and secondary ticketing. I do look forward to discussing those items and others more during the bill's passage. Let me once again thank all noble lords for their contributions and engagement, not just today, but in the lead up to today. My noble friend Lord Offord and I look forward to further and more detailed debates on these matters, and many more besides in committee. I beg to move.
Down. I mentioned in my speech the central role that standards and the setting of future standards have. He needn't answer the question now, but if the Minister could write me the strategy, in a sense, and the involvement that the DMU might have or should have in the future strategy setting for standard setting for the technology.
Yes, I do apologise to the noble lord for not addressing it, and absolutely I will write.
I beg to move. My Lords, I beg to move the other motion standing in my name on the order paper.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. As many as that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move the other motion standing in my name on the order paper.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it. Great. Okay. Questions on a statement made in the House of Commons on Monday the 4th of December on legal migration.
My Lords, legal migration is important to the British economy, but it needs to be properly controlled and managed. In the last decade, we have welcomed more than 500,000 people through humanitarian routes, principally from Ukraine, Hong Kong and Afghanistan. We in the Labour Party support these humanitarian routes, but the overall figures which are way above these humanitarian routes are out of control. People are understandably worried about housing, about getting local GP appointments and access to public services when they can see that their communities are growing. My Lords, net migration figures stand at 672,000 for last year, which is 3 times the amount at the 2019 general election. There has been a 65% increase in work migration visas this year, and this includes a 150% increase in health and care visas. Yesterday's announcement is an admission of the government's failure on both the immigration system and on the economy. The Prime Minister is now proposing policies he opposed 6 months ago and opposing policies he helped introduce. The Labour Party has said repeatedly that net migration should come down and called for action to scrap the unfair 20% wage discount, raise salary thresholds based on economic evidence, bring in new training requirements linked to the immigration system, as well as a proper workforce plan for social care. But whilst the government has been forced to abandon the unfair wage discount that they introduced, they are still failing to introduce more substantial reforms that link immigration to training and fair pay requirements in the UK, meaning many sectors will continue to see rising numbers of work visas because of the skills shortages. My Lords, the Labour Party is also calling for a reformed and strengthened Migration Advisory Committee that could advise on the impact of all policies to ensure that the details are correct. There has been a failure to invest in skills and apprenticeships. There are 160,000 fewer people who have taken up apprenticeships under this Conservative government. For engineering and manufacturing, apprenticeships have fallen by a half, while engineering visas have increased. The government has resisted calls to link requirements for skills training to the immigration system, and the UK is failing to train and pay people in the UK properly, leading to a skills shortage and a low-wage economy that relies on migrant workers. In addition to this, my Lords, the asylum system is broken. As of October, the number of legacy asylum cases, which have been waiting over a year for a decision to be made, stood at 32,109. There were also, in addition, 85,000 cases under a year old that are not currently being dealt with. Thus, the overall backlog has not been reduced. The Home Office has now hit its target for the number of caseworkers working on asylum cases, reaching 2,500 full-time staff by the end of the summer. However, the turnover of staff rose between April and August of 2023 to 36%, having previously dropped to 25%. This puts into question the level of expertise in the team and the quality of decisions being made. Following changes to immigration rules, which make it easier to withdraw an application on behalf of an asylum applicant, the number of asylum withdrawals has risen to 17,000. In a recent Select Committee hearing, the Permanent Secretary stated that he does not know the whereabouts of these 17,000 people. Now, it may be that the length of time cases are being left before being processed allows people to abscond, or that details have become incorrect over time, particularly when they move address so frequently. Or it may be that the Home Office is being stricter with its criteria for withdrawing cases. I understand the reason for a withdrawal is not noted. Can I ask the Noble Lord the Minister why the reason for withdrawal is not noted, and does he believe that it should be? My Lords, either way, losing track of 17,000 asylum seekers is representative of the danger of allowing such a backlog to build up in the first place. Of course, my Lords, legal immigration is important to our economy, and of course we should meet our humanitarian obligations. But with net migration figures at 672,000 last year, with government policies which flip and flop, and local public services which are under pressure, it is inevitable that the voting public becomes sceptical and disillusioned. My Lords, the Labour Party says there should be a longer-term plan for immigration, for the economy and for our country. My Lords, I want to turn to a separate matter which I received an email about today, and I see that Baroness Stern is not in her place, so I will repeat the questions from Universities UK about the higher education sector and how this may be affected. The first question: is the Minister able to outline timescales and terms of reference for the Migration Advisory Committee's review of the graduate route visa? The second question is whether any changes to salary thresholds and financial requirements for work and family visas apply to new entrants only, and if so, what is the situation for existing visa holders? The third question is, can the Minister give clarification on what the new salary discount will be for roles listed on the immigration salary list if they're not part of the 20%? And the last question is, will the government promote a clear message that international students are welcome in the UK and that the government remains committed to the international education strategy?
My Lords, yesterday's statement to the other House was one where the figures were plucked from the air, and one must draw the conclusion that these are arbitrary in the sense that they don't have any background in what one might call a forward workforce planning regime for the country as a whole. One would have expected that if you were to do a workforce plan regime for the future, that it would be timed, looking forward as to the requirements upon our workforce in this country. It is certainly the case that the government is well aware of the length of time that it takes to train individuals, of how long it takes to get people moving along that pipeline. And it's certainly the case that the issue of medium salaried people is one which has come out as being one of the major concerns of the document which was before us put before us yesterday. And the statement, when examined, looking at the sorts of people who the country needs who are going to be excluded by the regime, includes such people as butchers, chefs, welders, joiners. Now, it's quite clear for anyone who's been around this country looking at the hospitality sector and tourism sector that there are significant shortages of people who need to fill those places. And it's not infrequent that you see a sign for chefs, for example, outside restaurants where they're short of staff indeed. So the questions that we need to address ourselves to are, where is the planning that's looking forward to, behind the figures which are being put before us? And equally, the fact that there are regional pay disparities around the United Kingdom means that the wage levels which are present in London and the southeast of England are very different from the wage levels that you find in other parts of the United Kingdom. And these wage levels that we are being told about have a bit of a sniff for the London and the southeast region, and not really and are damaging to other parts of the economy where wage levels are different. So a correct form of workforce planning would have had all these issues and would have had the matter under review. The issue of social care visas is obviously one of a lack of investment in the past. The Migration Advisory Committee has previously said that the government's persistent underfunding of local authorities, who of course fund adult social care, is the most important factor in the staffing crisis. So the government now says in this statement that care workers without families will ensure that we have enough people to meet the demands of our caring services. Equally, we are assured that the CQC will now oversee all of this information. But there are problems for the CQC because their inspections do not actively address the working conditions and well-being of care workers. In this sense, the independent regulation of health and adult social care contains significant oversight gaps. And so my question to the Minister is, how is the CQC going to ensure that those who are on and filling these vital posts from our immigration system are going to be fulfilled? I want to look just very briefly and ask questions about the impact upon companies around the sectors who are most impacted by this statement. First of all, this comes on the back of last night's discussion where we had in this House, and the Minister at that time didn't recognise where I got the figures from. So it's paragraph 12.2 of the explanatory memorandum of the document we were talking to about fees last night, when it talks about the impact, and the words are quite clear, there will be a significant impact upon companies, those are the government's words, of tens of millions of pounds. And on top of that, there are now companies that are having to think about the issue of whether they can afford to pay the amounts of money in order to recruit them. Because the failure to recruit sufficiently for a company to operate
obviously means that the UK company itself might be in danger of not being able to continue to operate. And so UK workers might be affected by that decision. So I think it is worth knowing and understanding what training and workforce plan is behind the migration strategy. I have not a cheeky question, but it's a question which actually worries me quite considerably, and that is the ability for British citizens to bring to the United Kingdom their partner to live with them, and perhaps with their children as well. I had a think about this, and it was quite clear to me that there are a significant number of the current government ministers who have partners who are from another country. And we can all think of examples of that. So if we are to ask, I ask the question, what number of our part of our population have got partners from another country? Because given that the £38,000 figure, 38,500 is a large figure for someone to be able to think that they can bring their partner to this country and live with them. And the danger of that is that in that development of between the partnership between two people, that it could be that the British citizen decides, well, I can't bring my partner to this country, so I will go to their country instead. And then we might be losing some of the vital statistics, vital people that we need for our country, especially remembering that we are heading towards a time in our society where we're going to have one for every elderly person. We'll only have 2 people of working age. So there's a big change coming, and we need to be prepared for it. So has the government assessed the restrictions to legal migration impacting the numbers on overstaying visit visas? How many British citizens will be driven out of the country in order to live with their partners and children elsewhere in the world? And that's the question I just addressed. Will the restrictions apply to workers who are already sponsored? Because sometimes people have to renew, and when they renew, will the restrictions that are applying in this new statement apply to them when they are renewing their work permissions in this country? Will existing migrant workers' salaries have to rise in order to be able to extend their visa? And finally, has the government considered the disproportionate impact the increase in the family visa requirements will have on British citizens who live outside of the south of England and London because of the wage disparities around the rest of the United Kingdom? So that's a range of questions which I think we need to answer. But in the context of it all is, what is the plan? Or is it merely a decision to have an arbitrary number which looks good to the public or looks good in an election manifesto, rather than one which actually faces the problems our economy and our future as a country will be needing?
My Lords, I would say to both noble Lords, and I thank them for their comments, that the level of legal migration remains too high. So as a result, we have announced the 5-point plan. My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State at the Home Office, announced it yesterday, as you know. And the package of measures taken in addition with the measures on student dependence that we announced in May means that around 300,000 people who were eligible to come to the UK last year would not be able to in future. As the Noble Lord Ponsonby has noted, the UK has experienced unprecedented levels of immigration since the pandemic. The figures are widely understood, and this is partly because of our generosity towards people fleeing conflict and persecution in Ukraine, Hong Kong and Afghanistan. Over 80,000 people have immigrated to the UK on our Ukraine, BNO and resettlement schemes in the last year. But it is also because of the rising numbers of overseas students and care workers. The government has taken action to address the rise in legal migration. My Lords, the new package involves a number of measures, 5, which have been noted. We will reduce the numbers on health and social care visas, end the abuse of the route by stopping overseas care workers from bringing family dependents and requiring social care firms in England to be CQC registered before they can sponsor migrant visas. I'll come back to the CQC in a moment. It will remove the right for care workers and senior care workers to bring dependents from spring 2024. Care workers and senior care workers arriving through the health and care visa also bring a large number of dependents per main applicant, with approximately 120,000 dependents accompanying 100,000 care workers and senior care workers in the year ending September 2023. As has been noted, we will increase the earnings thresholds for those arriving on the skilled worker route, with the minimum threshold rising by 48%, from £26,200 to £38,700 from spring of 2024. Those coming on the health and social care visa route will be exempted, so we can continue to bring the healthcare workers that our care sector and NHS need. My Lords, the Noble Lord Ponsonby specifically mentioned the shortage occupation list and scrapping the 20% going rate salary discount for shortage occupations, as recommended by the Independent Migration Advisory Committee, who I would note have not asked for or called for any more powers. We will establish a new immigration salary list, which will retain the 20% discount on the general salary threshold. So that means that migrants working in lower paid salary occupations on the immigration salary list will still benefit from the minimum salary floor of 80% of the new general salary threshold of £38,700. But migrants in occupations where going rates are higher than the general salary threshold would not be subject to further salary discounts. My Lords, will ensure that people can only bring dependents that they can support financially by raising the minimum income for family visas to the same threshold as the minimum salary threshold for a skilled worker. We've also asked the Migration Advisory Committee to review the graduate route to ensure it's fit for purpose, to prevent abuse and protect the integrity and quality of our UK higher education. My Lords, in terms of migrants, graduate migrants and so on, we still, of course, I'm very happy to reaffirm our commitment to attracting the best and brightest global talent to support growth. We are committed to ensuring that that happens, and we have taken a number of steps to do that, including introducing an elite route to attract the best and the brightest, maintaining the UK's status as a leading international hub for emerging technologies. We've created a scale-up visa that allows those with a job offer from a recognised UK scale-up to qualify for a fast-track visa, reformed our global talent route by expanding the criteria so that global prize winners automatically qualify, and launched a global business mobility visa and established the high-potential individual visa route to allow graduates from the world's best universities to come to the UK. These changes that we are introducing, in answer to the Noble Lord Ponsonby's question, only apply to those who come here on new visas. That means that workers who are with dependents already in the UK will be able to stay. My Lords, the Noble Lord German asked about the salary threshold affecting hospitality, accommodation and food services. Employers will still be able to recruit workers from overseas to these industries, but it is right that we increase the salary threshold to the level of median earnings to ensure that we don't undercut UK workers by using cheaper overseas labour and to prevent downward pressure on wages. And as my right honourable friend said in answer to Yvette Cooper in the other place, there was no reference, I note, in either of Noble Lord's comments to the £7 billion employment package that was announced in the spring budget that will help 1.1 million get back to work and stay in work. My Lords, we do not believe that these measures will discourage carers who contribute to the UK economy. It's still an extremely competitive offer. We launched the Health and Care Worker Visa on the 4th of August of 2020. This has delivered on the government's commitment to introduce a route which makes it quicker, easier and cheaper for eligible people working in health and social care to come to the UK. Those affected by this package are, as I've said earlier, predominantly people with dependents who make a more limited contribution to the economy than those coming under other work routes, minimising the impact on UK growth. Care workers and senior care workers arriving through the health and care visa bring a large number of dependents per main applicant, with approximately 120,000 dependents accompanying 100,000 care workers and senior care workers in the year ending September 2023. I said I would come back to the CQC, and what we mean by regulated activity in the context of social care is that this relates to personal care. Personal care is defined as providing physical assistance to a person where they are unable to perform activities in connection with eating or drinking, toileting, washing or bathing, dressing, oral care, the care of skin, hair and nails. The regulated activities are further detailed in Schedule 1 of the Health and Social Care Act of 2008. My Lords, there will be a regulatory impact assessment which will be developed in due course, as well as an equalities impact assessment, which I think answers two of the Noble Lord German's questions. And if I may just finish very briefly, I would answer the Noble Lord Ponsonby's questions about withdrawal from asylum processing. I don't know why we don't record that information. I will endeavour to find out, and I'll certainly happily come back to the Noble Lord. But I can confirm that in the year ending September, 41,858 initial decisions have been made in terms of asylum processing, immigration processing. That is twice the previous year. And I'm reassured that the clearance of the backlog is on track. My Lords, I think these measures are very sensible. They're clearly carefully thought through, and I commend them to the House.
My Lords, I thank the Minister for his answers to earlier questions. I'm going to avoid the temptation to discuss the proposals in general. I just wanted to focus on the significant impact that they're going to have on our higher education system. Well, perhaps I should mention I have members of my family employed in higher education. I'm sure the Minister understands that higher education is one of our success stories in generating public good and also as an export generating income for the country. But unfortunately, we've developed a system of funding for higher education that depends on legal migrants. The education of UK citizens, residents, depends on generating a flow of overseas participants in higher education who count as legal migrants. And if the number of foreign students declines, that will have a direct and immediate impact on the education we provide for UK residents. So my question is, and it's in a sense been forestalled by the question from my noble friend, the government has to do more to indicate that it really stands by the policy of encouraging people to come to this country to benefit from the higher education that we can provide, because it will harm them and it will harm us. The policy is already having an impact. Even the statement in itself will have deterred some foreign students from coming to this country. The proposal to limit the family members that can come will have an impact on the students that come to this country and hence on the education that we can provide for UK residents. Will the Minister assure us that he's seized of the point and that it's an issue which the government will consider carefully in the light of the impact statements to which he's referred?
Well, my Lords, I agree with the Noble Lord. Obviously, the universities and the education sector do provide an enormous amount of good to the country in many ways, including, of course, in terms of soft power. It is, I think, an export industry, as the Noble Lord has indicated. And we have, I think, reconfirmed our intention to attract the best and the brightest. Our manifesto committed to establishing the graduate route. Over 100,000 people last year to September 2023 were issued visas for the graduate route. As I said, we have asked the Migration Advisory Committee to review this route to ensure that it is fit for purpose and to prevent abuse and to protect the quality and integrity of UK higher education. But I do, as I said earlier, note the Noble Lord's points and broadly agree.
Lords, following on from the question of the Noble Lord, Lord Davies of Brixton, on the government's own figures, it expects there to be 140,000 fewer people coming in through student routes. Can the Noble Lord, the Minister, tell me how much income is expected to be lost to UK universities overall from that? And also whether the government has made any assessment of the regional impacts of this, because there are, of course, particularly northern cities, Midland cities, for whom their universities are a very significant part of their economy. And indeed, students and their dependents coming in are a significant contributor to the life and the economy of those cities. So has the government got an idea of the total cost of 140,000 cut in students and how that cost will be distributed regionally?
The figures that I have are that in terms of sponsored study to the year ending June 2022, there were actually over 400,000 main applicants granted and 152,000 dependents were granted. So it's the dependents who won't be coming. And in terms of dependents, about half of them are adults and only half of those actually work. So I suspect that the economic impact of their non-arrival will be very minimal.
My Lords, I have 3 brief comments and questions for the Minister. We know that there are 152,000 vacancies in social care in England, as reported by Skills for Care. This, of course, is a concern for the well-being of vulnerable people. And the National Farmers Union report a national shortage of 80,000 vacancies in the horticultural and agricultural sectors, but His Majesty's Government is estimating 40,000. This leads, of course, to massive production reduction and an economic impact. And as we know, this is further exacerbated in our rural communities. What conversations has the Noble Lord, the Minister, had with these sectors about the risks that are inherent in their new policy? My second point is that families come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. But one thing I do know is that when they're together, they're stronger and more resilient. Families help individuals, communities, and our society to flourish. Only recently I met a Nepalese care worker in a rural church in Norfolk, off any bus route and not having her own transport. The church community has embraced her as one of their own and learnt much in the process. And each week she sends home a significant proportion of her earnings to support her very young family. But this is costly to that family's bonds of relationship, and she longs to see them. Will the Noble Lord, the Minister, reassure the House that the Department has applied the family test to these policies, and will he publish that assessment? And finally, my Lords, many faith communities greatly benefit from the presence of religious workers from overseas. The Church of England benefits from the ministry of clergy from all around the Anglican Communion, enriching our communities and resourcing individuals' ministry for life, often equipping them when they return to their country of origin to minister in places of conflict and abject poverty. Many UK clergy, myself included, have benefited from overseas experiences. And so I ask the Noble Lord, the Minister, whether he will consult faith communities about exemptions for religious workers, many of whom earn below the published threshold. Thank you.
I thank the Right Reverend Prelate for his questions. I would say, of course, that there is no barrier to recruiting people to the church as long as £38,700 is paid to them. I don't think that's unreasonable, I'm afraid. I appreciate that perhaps salaries are not as high in the church as the Right Reverend Prelate might like, never mind the rest of his colleagues. But that is the median, as I said earlier, median salary earlier, and that is not unfair. In terms of recruiting to health and the care sector, I think I've already answered that question in earlier ones. Again, I would say that there are exemptions in place for those people. And we obviously value their work here and their service here. In terms of the family route, I don't know whether the family test has been applied. However, I would say that obviously we also regard families as very important. But again, if the lady in question that the Right Reverend Prelate references is sending the bulk of her money home, one wonders exactly what the economic benefit is to this country as well. That is obviously an unfortunate state of affairs. But I think it's worth mentioning.
Just to follow up on the Noble Lord the Minister's previous question, I am currently looking at reports of Home Office modelling that suggests that there are 140,000 fewer students arriving, but perhaps the Noble Lord the Minister can write to me about that figure, because that appears to be a Home Office figure. But what I wanted to do was pick up on the point from the Noble Lord, Lord German, about British people bringing foreign spouses and children into the UK. Now, the Noble Lord the Minister may be aware that in 2015 the Children's Commissioner for England produced a report identifying up to 15,000 children who belonged to what were then called Skype families, children who the Children's Commissioner said were suffering from stress and anxiety by being separated from a parent by the rules that had been brought in 2012 that demanded a salary of the sponsoring partner of £18,600 for a partner, and even more for children. Now, that one of the things that there's long been complaints about that is that there's no allowance made for the potential income of an incoming spouse who may well be able to find a job and be a high earner, but only the British resident who can be counted to sponsor their spouse in. So we're now in a situation where the salaries of British workers, 60 to 70% of them would not earn enough to sponsor a foreign spouse coming into the UK. Now, I was speaking to people affected by this. Many have found that even their MP does not understand this situation. Many people say, well, you're a Briton, of course you must be able to live in your own country with your spouse, and your children must be able to come to Britain. Yet we're going to see now 60 to 70% of British people are not going to be able to live in their own country with a foreign spouse and their children and be separated by their children. Can the Noble Lord the Minister tell me that the government really thinks that's an acceptable state of affairs?
Well, my lords, as I've already indicated, we estimate that only around 25% of dependents work when they come to the UK. That's half of the adult dependents. The other half are children. I've actually got a marginally better answer for the Right Reverend Prelate in terms of the family test. I can confirm that the policy is compliant under the Human Rights Act, which includes respect for family life.
I thank the Noble Lord for following up on yesterday's statement with us today. But I have three questions, if I may put them, my lords. My first question is with regard to the student visas and the granting of permission to dependents to come to this country, which will be restricted, as I understand, to those on courses which are designated research programme courses. Might I ask my noble friend the Minister whether this is in fact in respect of PhD students, primarily in laboratories or in humanities subjects, in science or humanities? Second of all, my second question is, if I may, we have 680,000 overseas students in this country at the moment, international students. The statement mentioned yesterday, the strain that can be put on what I would call the housing and daily life strains on our health services and indeed education if there are children. Would my noble friend consider extending the review which he mentioned to what is the educational strain of putting 700,000 or just less than 700,000 additional students on the very hard-pressed resources of our universities, and they are very hard-pressed with teaching commitments and lecturing commitments and additional teaching and administration. And my third question would be, and this is a more constructive question really about opportunities for the future. At the moment, we have a number of universities which have campuses abroad. There is one network of such universities, the UK University Overseas Campuses Network, and by the end of 2021, it had on its books 17 universities with 27 campuses abroad. And I wonder, is there more to be said for putting the energies, the undoubted energies of the government, into promoting such campuses abroad? And then, perhaps later on in a student's course, that student could come for a special additional course to this country, having gone through the undergraduate system in his or her own country. I think that I agree that the UK, and I would ask my noble friend, could he consider or pass those questions on?
Well, firstly, I'm very happy to confirm to my noble friend that PhD students will still be allowed or able to bring dependents, and I don't believe there's any differentiation between science and humanities subjects. Secondly, I absolutely take my noble friend's point about hard-pressed universities, particularly in terms of accommodation and obviously the schooling system more generally. It is, as we are all well aware, under significant pressure. I think my noble friend makes some very good points actually about campuses abroad and about the efforts that the government ought to make to promote those establishments. And I will certainly take those comments back and perhaps also share them with the Department for Education.
My Lords, I beg to move the House to now adjourn.
That the House to now adjourn.
The proceeding has ended. 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 The proceeding has ended.